She's not going to speak. She's going to just, of course, she's speaking there, but not. I'm not going to hear it. So, happy birthday.
I changed it for Shelly for you today.
Good. I was wondering. I mean, is Shelly going to come or not come? Okay, she's here. Michelle. So, happy birthday, Shelly.
Me too.
How are things?
It's good. It's my birthday today, so I started, celebrating last night because I wanted to bring in my birthday, happy and celebrating, and then I prepared for you. I had to mentally prepare for you, and then of course I have to work afterwards, but then I'm going out again tonight. So, it's a
So
good
it's
day.
celebration, celebration, celebration. That's what it's about.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but what is it? I mean, in terms of birthday resolutions, are there some birthday resolutions, or what's the plan?
I never have birthday resolutions. I try to I live day by day. I celebrate my birthday the same way I would want somebody to celebrate my death date. I'm not afraid of dying or anything like that. I'm very spiritual, so I'm not afraid of that. So it's just it's always a blessing to have another day on earth, especially when you work with people that you see conflict can take a life, or your culture comes from lives being taken young. I've always thought that I've always said if I was a boy or if I was a male, I wouldn't make it, probably past my 20s. I think my kids saved my life. So for me, birthday just means something, as far as appreciating life. But I also appreciate the gift of death, if that can make sense, because I want to be with God. So it's okay for me.
I mean, that should be the attitude, yeah. But the only thing is that you said living day to day. I say that live moment to moment. It's a
Well,
moment to
yes,
moment existence. Yeah,
it's moment to moment. Yes.
yeah. So, but in looking back, I mean, imagine the journey that you've done till today. This moment, if you look back and you ask
It,
yourself, "Oof, I mean,
it's a
there's so
long
much."
journey.
Yeah.
It's a very long journey. I'm supposed to be over 100 years old. Considering my mental journey, I think yes, it's a hard one. But I guess we have to start from the beginning um,
Yes. Yep.
of
Yep.
my life to
But
understand my
but
journey.
but the first thing is you are in a good space today. In this moment, you're in a good space. Of course, whatever you've gone through, I keep telling people, look, whatever you've gone through, just say that all those were good things. They were not good things, but they were good things to get you into this good space that you are today.
Exactly. I take every what one would call something negative or all my bad experiences, you got to turn them into positives. I appreciate all of the bad things that happened to me because it made me strong. It made me into this. It made me Shelly. So I'm not, if I could do my life all over again, of course, right now, sitting here with the mind that I have, I would be like, no. But I know that it made me strong. It's very hard to knock me down, whether that's physically, because I've been knocked down enough. When you're knocked down by your loved ones physically, you're able to, it's almost like building up a tolerance. I have an immune system for physical pain, so it doesn't hurt. So you can't hurt me that way. Um, I'm a sensitive person. I'm very sensitive, but I'm also very tough. Where a person you can't knock me down with your words. You can't mentally disturb me. I'm the walk away from drama queen right now. So I'm strong, and I attribute that to my background, to my past, to all of my pain, because I remember more of my pain than I do those happy moments in my life. Painful moments they're long lasting. That part sticks in your mind, and so I attribute who I am to that.
But those all those negative moments and those negative people and all that happen, but it's not something that today you don't keep that as a very negative aspect in you. I mean, that negative energy that's not flowing through. But
Now, no, because I walk away from negative energy and I try to keep it out of me, but I am Shelly. I have a tough background. So even what I sent you in regards to me being broken and I just know how to manage it, there are times when my ability to manage it can, go astray. So if my mind is just, if I'm put in a situation with my kids or with my mom, um, my mind automatically sometimes just clicks and I'm not able to control my my mindset. I can become a negative person, and I have to be honest with you right now because I'm not a fake person either. So it is times where I call myself a person to keep the peace and everything, but it's hard for me to keep the peace within myself. So it's okay though. I work on it.
But
I'm
what about your
better now.
sons? But how much do your sons know about your journey? I mean, I'm sure they do, but how do they, I mean, how do they react to that? What is?
They're part of my journey. I think that they're the reason why I changed. They helped me. I had all of my past. They know everything. Um, I had my oldest son. I guess I got pregnant at 18, and he was my partner. We did everything together. It was just like, whoa! I really have a best friend. A real best friend. And I think that when you have young mothers, and I think having a child at a young age, it gives you responsibility, because I quickly went into motherhood. I did not stop. It wasn't a thing where I said, how do I do this? My mom was a great example as a mother to me, so I was fine with that. But I had boys. My mom had all girls. So it was a bit different. But she was she's my everything. My mom helped me, with my kids. But um, my oldest one, him and I being so close when he was young, um, he taught me a different type of love. And then I learned a different type of respect for my mom, just for what I put her through. Um, and even as I've grown older, I'm like, wow, did my computer freeze?
You are frozen. I can still hear you, but yes, you are frozen for me.
From my computer should not freeze because I have that extender, and so this is the first time my computer has frozen.
Something to do with our conversations, it seems.
And I don't know. Is this a sign like Shelly, chill?
It
You
is.
should.
It's a
Okay.
sign about what is coming. So the computer
Oh my
also.
goodness, it is a sign. I have not. I'm telling you. After our first conversation, the very first time we had that conversation, I can't believe I'm still frozen. Um, I went and I bought that extender, and
Okay.
I've since moved, and everything is like right next to my computer. Everything is close to the Wi-Fi thing, whatever it's called. And this is the first time I've frozen.
What you do is just click on the top and see which Wi-Fi is connected to. Maybe there's another Wi-Fi it's picked up or something like that.
Okay.
Could be. Because I'm sure that because we can hear you, that means yes, there is a certain signal going through. But yeah, that could be the only reason, I think. After that, let's put up what we're doing here. So this is what we're doing. Conversation with a beautiful mind. This is, of course, chat number 45. So on mediatorvikram.com, you'll get a list of all those various chats. And of course, details of various shows and events. So that's what you have to go, mediatorvikram.com. Various ways to connect. Of course, the World Mediation Circle, and lots of mediation circles being created. So all the information is here, and a whole section on the various events that Ken has been part of. Must watch. So this is about the World Mediation Circle. So fill up this form, and then I'll get back to you. Yes, Shelly, not happening. So these are the ones that have already been launched, and more coming up in October. So that's the thing. Sweetie was missing. So we have a Shelly there somewhere. But what is the plan? Is Sweetie going to unmute herself or not? Yes, she is.
Nope, I'm on. Okay, I changed it to Sweetie because that's what my son named me. So I said, okay, let me change this.
So
Let
that's
me
the thing.
take a minute to breathe and
So what I'm going to do is
feel
I'm
more.
going to send Shelly into the waiting room. I'm going to put Shelly into the waiting room. Okay. We don't need Shelly right now. We'll get Shelly in whenever we need to.
She'll come out. She'll come.
But
Just
where
be
are we going to
sweetie.
start? Where are we going to start that whole journey, that interesting journey? And of course, I mean, whatever it went, whatever the ups and downs, but the main thing is the end of the day, you are where you are. So looking back,
Right.
well,
Um, I guess well, hold up. Let me go back because I was talking about my children because I have two. I have two sons. My oldest son is Marlo. I hope he's watching. Hey, Marlo. Um, he's the one I had it for. He was my first baby, and he's who named me Sweetie, which is why I put that there because he helped me become that sensitive. That's that sensitive but sweet, person. I don't know why he just started calling me that. It's just the craziest thing. Like, so he must have saw something in me, that was genuine or sweet. And you have to believe children. My sister's son, and oh goodness bless his heart, that little boy used to call me pretty. Now I was like, Oh my goodness, I must be pretty because kids are so honest, and that's what he would call me. I don't know if he even remembers. I hope he still thinks I'm pretty, but I'm pretty outside and inside, so it was cool. My youngest son is James, um, and he's my twin. He also changed me. He's the one that like really keeps me in check because my oldest son, he's just a real easygoing, real smooth flow. He's that chill side of me. Both of my kids are me, but my oldest, real chill, really, really calm. But my youngest, oh my goodness, that boy is just like me in the male version, but minus the attitude. No, I shouldn't say the attitude. The painful experiences that contribute to certain behaviors and certain mindsets. That's what he is. He's super smart. Um, and I'd like to say that he got that from me. Um, but he's the one that I go out with. He's the one who took me out yesterday, and we're going to go out today. He's in California with me. So
But how old is he?
that one is Vikram. If I tell my kids' age,
Yeah, that's the whole idea. We're getting it. We're getting the age from
oh
there.
my goodness. Okay.
Okay.
Vikram, that's not fair.
Okay, we won't find out. Okay.
You know, I already messed up because I said I had
Yeah, I
my
know.
oldest teen. So clearly I can't say I'm turning 28 today, So I'm
Okay, so
turning something with an 8. I turned something with an 8 today. Both of my kids are 20 something. 20 something. 27 and 4 or 3. 20 something. They're the age that I lie and say that I am. So I don't know.
no, no, now you don't have to. You don't have to. Look, that maturity that you've got over age is an important thing that people have to know about. I think that aspect is also a very important part.
For sure.
Aging is good. I think aging is a good thing. I mean,
Aging is not a good thing, Vikram. My
no.
bones, my knees. I have this huge bruise on my leg right now because I like to. My youngest son, well, my oldest son, he bought me this bike for my birthday. We love out here in California. We just like to go bike riding a lot. My youngest son, he's that adventurous me. He likes to exercise and everything. I'm telling you, he's me. Well, anyway, we went out riding the bike and I hit my leg on my pedal, and here go this old body of mine. I have a huge bruise on the back of my leg, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I plan on wearing like my skirts and stuff for the birthday, and I'm like, ugh, I can't do anything now. So I had on tights yesterday. They were these like fishnet tights, and he's like, oh my goodness, mommy, I see your bruise through your leg. It's like huge. It's my whole calf. And so, and it's a big knot in it. And my mom, she says, you need to just put some ice on it. And I know she's saying to herself, like, you look a mess. That's what you get. You think you're young, and I'm not. So, and then tonight, like, I'm going to wear these knee boots because I got to cover my leg up. So, I'm not young. I went skateboarding with my son. I went flipping down the
Wow.
mountain. So,
Wow. Wow.
not
Okay, maybe certain things you don't have to do when you age. Aging is good, but I think some things have to be left out at some point, maybe.
it's in my mind. I think I'm young and I can do it in my mind. And my son is just like he's at peer pressure. He just influenced. He's like, yes, you can. And in my mind, I'm like, no, I can't. It did my hips and Shakira says hips don't lie. So yeah, they're telling me, hey Shelly, you're this age. So but the good part of aging is I'm smarter. I'm more in control with my mind. If I could have my mind now and the old Shelly, like the old body and everything, I would be perfect to me. I would be perfect.
No, no, no. This is the overall package, which is perfect. All that, look, the thing is, when you look back and you say, okay, if I had this, I would have done that, but we don't know what path that would have taken. So, like I said, at the end of the day, you reached the end of you're at a point when all that has been put into place and something perfect has come out. That's what's required. That's
Thank, thank you for saying something perfect. I tried. I
it is.
tried.
That's what I'm saying. That's the package that is required. That's something which I don't know. But look, I'm telling you, a lot of people maybe don't appreciate that aspect, and they always either are looking back and regretting things or whatever. But I think, like I said, that regret, no
No,
regrets. No.
no, I don't have any regrets. I'm pleased with my journey. I'm it's fine with this bruise. It's fine, you know.
But we can see part of that journey on the wall up there. That's also one important part of your journey.
Yes, that's an important part, very important part. And actually, um, if you can see, this book is the beginning of my journey. That's Just Mercy by Brian Stevenson.
Mhm.
That book helped me learn who I am, and um, it helped me with recognizing and appreciating my brokenness. I was reading that book. I went to college. Let me back up. I went to college. I graduated through night school. Um, okay, so everybody, so I'm from Baltimore. Um, I'm in I'm in LA now. I go back and forth between Baltimore and LA because my youngest son is in LA, and plus I went to school out here. But I graduated from high school through night school because um, I I was one of those students. I'm very intelligent, of course. You know, I wouldn't,
We don't have to
but
see that. We don't have to see that. We know that.
I,
You
I
know,
am.
we've
But
heard you.
I just didn't take school seriously, and I did and I didn't. I love English, and right now I'm not going to talk to you all proper and everything. I just want to be just chill, just relax, Shelly. And so, in order for me to be comfortable with this conversation, okay, first and foremost. Um, so I graduated through night school because I continuously failed classes. One particularly English. I loved English 9. I didn't care too much for English 10, but I loved English 9 because I'm a huge Shakespeare fan. And we kept going over, different things with Shakespeare, and I do poetry, and we did poetry in English 9. So I kept failing it on purpose so I could keep doing the class
Wow.
over and over again. This is
That's
that's a young mind. You got to think about the young mind, and part of that is because poetry helped me express my pain, and Shakespeare helped me see. I love Romeo and Juliet. It gave me that insight on like unwavering love. It's just like, man, I want somebody to swear by the moon, that inconstant moon for me. And so when I learned about just 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 that little part of you know the moon that's always changing, and you have someone swear by the moon for your love, that's what I want, and that's what I've always wanted. So anyway, I just kept failing English 9, and when the time would come for Romeo and Juliet or for me to do poetry, I show up to class. I was known as the girl that would come into class. When I came, I would come into class and I would go like this because I would go to sleep. And so, and they did the routine that I would do. And if you bothered me, um, if it's a student, if it's a teacher, I'm going to go off. I fought a lot, all of that. My conflict resolution skills were not the greatest, but my conflict resolution skills was also for attention. That's another thing. But so I failed English 9, and then I took it again in 10th grade. But then they put me back in English 9 with no, they skipped it. They didn't put me in it in 10th grade. They just put me in English 10. But I hadn't passed English 9, so it was like, why did y'all do that? And so then I took it again in 11, grade 11. But I was failing other things also. I just didn't go to school. But I made it to English. So then I took English 9 and 11, failed both of them. Um, and then English 12 with English 9. So they skipped over English 10, English 11. So it was just crazy. But no one recognized, what is this girl doing? If you looked at my pattern, you could see that something was wrong with me. And especially now with myself being a professor and I see how things move, it's someone should have stepped in and said and recognized this young lady is going through something, but no one did. So so I graduated through night school. Okay.
But
I
what
had to
all is going on at that time? What all is happening? Lots is happening as we can understand.
Oh yeah, a lot is happening in my mind. I used to get into fights all the time. I was just looking for acceptance, not a part of the cool crowd, because I was already, known in school. It's not that. I think I was looking for acceptance within myself. And when I think about it now, I think that I was looking for that attention, someone to be on my side. And my mom was always on my side. And so it came from um it was her. She would always come to the school, she would take up for me. I would get suspended, I would knock somebody out. It was just it would go so fast. And
Wow.
she was the one that would always say why to me. No one ever asked me why, like, what are you feeling? And so I kept doing things, but she kept coming to my defense. And I enjoyed it. I think when you're young and you're broken, you want something to enjoy. And she gave me that something to enjoy. Just like my kids give me something to enjoy. They you have different things, I have different things that help me see straight. You know, and even when I had my kids, I still was getting into fights and everything. I was young, and when I would get this tunnel vision, and it could be my kid's voice. I did stuff with my kids right there with me. I would put them in a safe spot physically, but they would see me doing things, so they wasn't so safe because they would see it. And the one thing I never wanted was my kids to grow up to be me. But I showed them this kind of stuff. So my mom didn't show me this kind of stuff. My mom is a good mom. And I'm not saying I'm not a good mom, but my mom was, she's a good mom, but what she did show me was, or what I did see was, what I mean is what I did see was her being, I saw her being hurt physically. So I may have been sitting on the outside, but I saw her being hurt with my eyes the same way I showed my kids um, me hurting somebody with my hands or with my words, the way I saw my mom being hurt by someone's hands and somebody's words, mostly their hands. So I should have known better, but
But you
I
were
did
young.
not.
Yeah, you were young,
Yeah,
and uh,
yeah, yeah. It's that part of me is so important because it has helped me look at people who are victimizers, those people that have done wrong. I don't like to call them criminals and stuff like that, because if that's the case, then that's what I am. I'm not a thief. I didn't steal. I don't do, but I did wrong things to people with my hands and with my words. You know, just my mindset. It was just off. But that and that's why I think I'm good at what I do right now. As who knew that I would be in this path? But
No, but at that time, who are these other people around you? Your friends or other people?
I don't, I don't have any friends.
So
I
what
don't
is the
have no.
situation? This is Shelley in school, and she's getting into all this, and she's on her own, and she says she's broken. So that's a tough life.
I'm on my own. I have my mom and my kids. You know, the word friends is hard. Okay, let me stop. I don't have any girlfriends. You know, I have male friends, and it's like a handful. Um, yeah, it's just it's, and I don't talk to people every day. Um, Other people, like I talk to my mom every day, and I talk to my kids because I don't have time for. I don't have the patience right now, even still me right now, I don't have the patience for nonsense. I notice that people only call when they want something, when they need help, and I'm very sympathetic and empathetic to all of that, and I offer myself, and then I'm always taken advantage of. So you know, and even like right now with my education, I offer myself, and I'm taken advantage of. So I chill on that, and yeah, it's just me and my kids. I don't have a. I'm not married. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't want a boyfriend. But most of all, my youngest son won't
What,
let me have
Shelley, what about all that Romeo and Juliet and everything? So that was all for the books, Shakespeare. Yes.
because it never came true for me. It's I'm one of those. I love love. Oh, and that's another name for me is love. So I should change sweetie because to love. You
Let's
could
put well,
change that.
let's put all of them up there, all
Yeah.
those names.
Yep.
Yeah. Look, we have to start with Michelle because, of course, that's then we have to move to Shelley.
You want to learn about Michelle? You just
Yes.
learned about
Oh,
Michelle a
yeah,
little.
no, no,
Michelle is
I think, yeah. uh, Then we have love. Oh, so much happening there. But Shelley is with the Y. No, there's no E there, no? That's the correct. Okay.
oh
No,
my
look,
goodness.
we are going to be switching between all of them, as I can see. So we'll
Yeah,
have to, what needs to be done, there should be a light there. Okay. Shelly's up there now. Shell's up there. Which is the one up there?
this. Okay, let me tell you about love. All right, for the people that are watching, you know, I do not have DID. These are just things. These are just names that I gave myself or have been given to me to describe my emotions. You know, Michelle is the school person, the business person, um, you know, and that's my birth name. Shelly is who you have, you know, for the majority of the time. Really chill is just she could go between Michelle and I could go Shelly can go between Shelly and Michelle, you know, back and forth. Because sometimes for business like my company right now, I'll say Shelly, you know, and that's because I don't like giving out my full name to people because, you know, that internet. And then Sweetie, like I already told you, my son named me that. But love is I named me that. My mom, I have a total of four sisters. Okay, so my oldest sister is Faith. So you're gonna get why I'm supposed to be called Love. So she's Faith. Then I had another sister, but she passed away, and actually her birthday is tomorrow. That's why I initially wanted to do this on the 29th because I wanted to do that one for her because I look at her like she's my twin, and I wish that she was alive to be with me on our birthdays, you know, because I feel like she and I would have been really connected. That's just in my mind. So,
But
but
how long back did she pass?
she no, she was a baby when she passed, a days old. My mom had her at 7 months, My mom was pregnant 7 months and she gave birth to her. Just think about technology. If she gave birth to her now, she would have lived. So she was born September 29th, 19 something. And then my mom got pregnant and then had me September 28th, the following 19 something. I'm not going to tell that year.
Mm.
But so you see how close, we were with age. And it's just crazy because I'm 28, she was 29. So that's cool. That's why I'm like, dang, I wish she was here with me. So her name was Terry. And then my mom had me. I'm named after my dad. My dad is Michael. Then it's my younger sister under me. Her name is Hope. So you have faith and hope. And I'm like, I'm that person that is supposed to be, I am all about love, Romeo and Juliet and stuff. And so, and when I end my sentences, I write love, love, everything is just love with me. So I've always said, like, man, why didn't you name me Love? You give me Michelle and you name me after, my dad. And it's just like, why'd you do that? And so, whatever. But then I have a younger sister. Her name is Cheryl. I don't know where Cheryl's name came from, but all I know is I wanted to be named Love. So that's me.
But you meet your sisters. You get to meet them, or are they in different places?
No, we all grew up together. Um, my oldest and the youngest are still in Baltimore, and Hope, she's in Florida, but she wants to go back to Baltimore. I'm telling you, when you leave a state, when you leave your home state, well, Baltimore is not a state, it's the town, Maryland, but we just call it Baltimore. It's home. When you leave home, you recognize the grass is not greener on the other side. Home is just, it's just that culture. It's just everything, from the food to the air. Like in LA, the air is itchy. It makes my skin itch. The water, I don't drink the water. I only have bottled water. Um, it just it's, and the people are just different. They move slow to me out here. They move so slow. They got to push the button across the street. It's just but going home, um home is where your heart is. And so whenever I say home, I'm talking about Baltimore. And it's with my mom. I miss my mom, so she's home for me. That's my safe spot. I'm not safe here mentally. I'm not safe.
No, I think that's
So
the thing about mothers. It's that connection is an important connection. I think that's
mhm.
yeah. I think that but now but we're at a situation now. We're just understanding that broken Shelley at that stage. What all is happening to her that she's got into that state of mind.
Which state of mind? Because I'm always broken.
Now this is young girl. She has all these on one end. She's reading Shakespeare, all the poems, all the nice poetry and everything, and on the other end, that other side of her, which or what all is really happening.
I think that what's happening in my mind at that young age was just trying to understand the significance of my life. And again, I go back to my kids. The kids gave me significance. And even when I talked about the book, that book helped me understand. Um, it helped me understand my brokenness. Um, I think that okay, let me go back. I tried to be organized. I was so organized in my mind on speaking with you today. And so I know that I go back and forth.
So
And
when speaking with me, it's not good to be organized because we'll be going all over. So
in my mind, I said, okay, Shelly, you're going to start from the beginning and then you got to work your way in order for people to understand. and just to stay on the path of understanding where I'm going with this. And that book has a lot to do with I put that book up there for reasons for me, because that's, like I said, when I recognize my brokenness. And there's a quote in there that talks about brokenness. And I hope everyone is familiar with Brian Stevenson, because if you're not,
You know me. I don't read books, so you have to take me through the book also. That's
oh, oh my goodness, Vikram.
that's
That's
the
a
way it
shame.
is. That's the way it is. Michelle, Shelley, whoever wants to tell me about the book, I'm happy.
Okay, let me give you this quote, because I want to say it properly, because it changed me. I went back to college, because I was talking about how I did not graduate from regular school, from high school. I graduated through night school, because I had to go to night school, and I had to go through I had to go to summer school. And so I had my son, my oldest son. I had him already when I was graduating. Did I have him? No, no, no. I was pregnant at one point. Okay. And so I graduated, and while I was in night school and everything, my mom put me in nurse assistant school. And so I got into the medical field. And that's how, everything started. And then I said, okay, I want to go to college. I always wanted to go. My dream school was NYU or Pepperdine, and those are places that I have just always dreamed about. I always wanted to be a lawyer growing up. Um, I wanted to be a divorce court lawyer, because I wanted to support people like my mom, and to get a divorce. I wanted her to be able to divorce my dad. But now I'm against divorce. Even with my mom having her situation, I support her, and um, I'm glad that she's divorced. But I, for me, I'm against divorce, and that's why another reason why I think I'm single is because I'm I'm for fixing a marriage at all costs. I have to fix it, except if my husband is putting his hands on me. So, um, but that's something that's fairly important to me. So I'm against divorce. So then I said I don't want to be a divorce lawyer, but I knew I wanted to be an attorney. So anyway, so I went to college, and I initially was going for occupational therapy, because I was working in the medical field. My mom's a physical therapist. The floor that I was working on changed over to a rehab floor. I was working in a nursing home, and this is back when it was considered a nursing home and not a rehab center. So they changed the floor that I was working on into the rehab floor, and I was working with occupational therapists. So I loved it. And with my mom being a physical therapist, it just goes together. So I was like, I'll go to school. I want to be OT. So I went to the community college in my area, and everything was good. But by this time, I have my son, but I don't have support, and you know, daycare is it was 200 a week, and I'm working, but I'm working part time. No, I was working full time, and then I had another part time job, and then I'm in school, and then I'm a mom, and so it was hard, and then having someone had not having your the kid's father to support you. I didn't have the Romeo. I was Juliet, but I didn't have the Romeo. And so that really made things a lot harder. So then I didn't get to finish school. But the good part of that is before I stopped and failed out and everything, I didn't fail out. My GPA totally dropped, and then I stopped going to school. I did get an acceptance letter into the NYU program. And so that was like a breaking point for me, but I would have to move, of course, and go to New York. And my mom said, "You can't take that baby to New York," and I'm like, "I could do it." I'm just thinking that I'm this tough person. I got this. I'm gonna do whatever. But no, and I'm glad that she stopped me right there, because I couldn't do it. And so but I ended up, ending my time at the community college, and then I just went gung ho, working full time and just being a mom. But then a couple of years later, I got pregnant with my second son, same father, and that's been it. After my second son, well, even before my second son, we were done, and I just it was totally done with once my second son was born. My second son has no relationship with his father. If they were walking down the street, he wouldn't even know who he is, and that's by his choice. Um, my oldest son, he does know who his father is. I mean, they communicate. I mean, so if they walk past each other, of course they're going to know one another, but no relationship whatsoever with my second son and his father.
But your relationship with their father, I mean, what was that? How did that happen? Nothing on
It's
that?
We have no relationship, and it's because of I broke up with him because of how he treated the kids. You could treat me any way, because like I told you before, I'm tough, and so I heal, but kids are so innocent, and they didn't deserve his neglect.
But how old
And
was
it's
he?
not
How old was he?
we were the same age, so yeah, he was young. He was young, but he had a kid also already. He had when he and we went to high school together, and we met each other outside after he graduated, but I was, like I said, still in night school. And so I was working, and he came to my job with one of his friends because his friend was picking up his sister, and we just so happened to bump into each other, and it was just like, hey, how you doing? And we started dating from there. And then, so but I didn't know that he had a 6-week old baby at that time.
Wow.
And so he was already a parent. He knew he comes from a good household, so I'm thinking it would be good. He saw a positive mother and father together working, and they had a house, and it was just like, wow, he had a pool in the back, and it was just like his foundation was different than mine. But no, his mindset was also different, and he didn't respect being a father. He didn't respect the children. Um, he neglected them. He has lied and said he didn't. They wasn't his kids. Just like to a girl, not like to say I was messed around, but like he would admit that he had children. And these are things that young people do. But like I said, like at this age, you should try. You should want to have a relationship with your kids. But no, you know, so it's now it's pretty much too late with my youngest son. My oldest son, he talks to him, but that is what it is. But I don't want to have a conversation. I don't want him to be a part of this conversation. Okay. Um,
Well, I mean, I was trying to just figure out what's really happening at that point of time, because a young Shelley going through so much, whatever. I mean, I was just looking at that, trying to
Let
just
me
get
read
into
you
that.
this.
Yeah.
Let me read you my quote. Okay. Okay. So the book, Brian Stevenson, he's sociologist and he's a lawyer, and he would work. And this book is all about his journey working in the prison system to get people off of death row. And everybody that's in the prison system, they are not guilty of the crimes that they're accused of. And for me, one of the crimes that so many people, even when they do, let's call it criminal behavior, they're plagued with brokenness. And I'm saying because I was one of them people. And so Brian Stevenson works with people to try to get them off of death row. And They could be mental issues. It was just it's so many different things, reasons, but different stories within the book. But it was a part I went back to college after that first time. I went back, okay, and I got that degree. By this point, I'm shelling. I'm broken, but I'm on a mission. And so I got my degree in business administration. I had a business at this time. And no. I didn't have my business. No, I was running I was a general manager for a club. And I wanted to go back to school. So went back, same community college. I got my degree in business administration and I minored in sociology. I took the sociology class just as an elective. And my mindset was always it was negative. I was still, all messed up, but I just said I want to go back to school. So my sociology teacher, who is one of my friends now, I can call him my friend. It's crazy. I'm friends with my teachers. Um, his name is Dr. Michael Sano. And one of the street cleaners are outside. Hold on.
It's okay. You can hear them louder than we do, so it's okay.
I was turning my volume up. Okay, so one of the things we had to do was read this book, and I read this book, and the quote is, "We are all broken by something. We have all hurt someone and have been hurt. We all share." There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are all broken by something. We have all hurt someone and have been hurt. We all share the condition of brokenness, even if our brokenness is not equivalent.
Uh,
Our shared vulnerability and imperfection nurtures and sustains our capacity for compassion. We have a choice. We can embrace our humanness, which means embracing our broken natures and the compassion that remains our best hope for healing. Or we can deny our brokenness, forswear compassion, and as a result, deny our own humanity. When I read that part in the book, and it goes on more, when I read that part of the book, I broke down crying because even the words prior to, it led up to that we're like halfway through the book. I broke down crying, and then in the book I wrote, "I'm broken." I realized that I was broken, and all these years I didn't realize that I was just literally like a branch that has been snapped in half a couple of times into Shelly, into Michelle, into Love, into Sweetie. I'm so broken. And all of these branches of me that one could just hold in their hands, you would have to hold it like this. What I felt like was just a hump of trash, just like a whole bunch. If you go get a branch from outside and you break it all into pieces, can that branch still survive? Can you plant it and think it's going to come back up? It has no roots, you know, and that's how I felt. I felt like I've always just been absolutely nothing. And when you feel like you're nothing, when you recognize that that's the way you always feel, then it's like, oh, that's why I used to act the way I act and not behave the way I behaved. Because I was just this heap of broken branches without the ability to understand, Shelley, you you got to put yourself together. It's like you got to do more for yourself and for your kids. And so I don't look at myself as just a heap of trash, and I do this because it's just like you just throw it all in your hand. You can ball it up and you can throw it in the trash. I am not trash, but I am broken. But now I'm just that I'm one stick, but I feel like I have roots now. And I'm planted in different places. I've been broken off, but I'm a flower tree because I got to be a flower. I love flowers, so I'm a flower here. I'm a flower there. You know, all of that broken parts of Shelly, Michelle, Sweetie, Love, Shaquita, Shalita, all of those things. You, I didn't tell you about Shaquita and Shalita, so whatever.
We have to add that. We'll have to add that. We're getting there. We're getting all of them into this.
But I'm just planted all over the place. And it's just like, you know, just a beautiful blossom. That's what I am now. So once I realized my brokenness, I learned how to not judge other people and their brokenness. I look at everybody as being broken. We all have something wrong with us. So even in my work now, I look at people and I'm like, you got to get it together, you know. And I recognize you are the way you are because of something that you went through in your life. You're broken for a reason. We all have brokenness. But as soon as we can recognize that we are broken, we can have that empathetic mindset and you can treat people and as with the same respect that you want. And you'll talk to people without the labels. I don't call people criminals. You know, I'd rather call you broken. You know, I'll label you with that, you know, so we can fix and put you together so we could plant you all over the place like I feel like I'm planted all over the place. That's Shelley.
Well, that's a nice thought. Yeah. But main thing is that you'll be able to discover that how many people actually end up finding all that and be able to accept it and then go into life understanding that aspect of them and still keeping that whole thing together. I mean, everyone doesn't. Maybe you found that path, however you did. So I think that's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Vikram, when a person goes through that mental and physical abuse that I've gone through, it makes you look at life in a different way. You look at life in a way that you take it, you look at life and you feel like it's not life, you know, when it's nothing. You know, it's almost like if you when you work in conflict resolution and you're a person that it has been filled with conflict, you know, that's been your life, that you look at it, you look at the word life as something that's negative. Me, that's what I'm saying, not you. I should say me. I'm not even gonna say one, say me. That's how I looked at it. But when I'm working with people, they seem to have that same mentality and brokenness, that same spirit in them that I have. And then like I've worked with people in the prison system. And it was this one guy, my first client that I had in the prison system. And he's in I think it was I think Washington State. Come find out he came from Baltimore. I didn't know. They reached out to me for help and it just so happened he was from Baltimore. So that's a culture that I could understand. But he was in prison for murder, uh, yeah, attempted murder, and he was 18 when he was accused of the crime, and he's like 40 something now. So I'm like, okay. So I'm listening to his story, and I said, tell me about, you know, we went into his background, you know, his childhood, kind of like what you're doing with me now. You know, we just talked about his childhood. This was after I have one of my degrees is in psychology, and then I went on to study cognitive behavior therapy, um, emotional scientists. I've really got into those type of things because it helped me also with learning about me. So the minor in sociology, you know, thanks to that book, and then I went on to psychology. So then I'm into this work in the prison system. So this guy he was just going into, his mom was a drug addict, um, which is a label. She and he felt, she was neglectful to him. It was just so many things that happened to him in his youthful life, because he was only 18 when he was convicted. So those amount of years, in his, he was so broken. And as a result, his behaviors, he just reminded me of just another version of myself. I never, gone through what he's gone through. As far as my mom was out on drugs, I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the brokenness part. And but he, being a black male in Baltimore, was sentenced, to all these years, no chance for parole. And I'm just like, and when we got to the root of everything, he was broken. And when I had the opportunity to show him, we talked and it was like he realized, like, whoa, I am. And that's why people do the different things they do as far as conflicts and how they handle it, but also the conflict of survival, trying to survive in an environment where you were never taught how to survive. And survival can mean, being hungry, being able to thrive amongst other people, being able to handle your finances. It's like survival comes on in different levels for me, and in those inner city communities, those in broken communities, so it's like, think about what survival means to you. And this guy was so broken, and I'm like, wow. And so talking to him, it felt good because I was able to help him. But the bad thing was, Vikram, he began to look at me. I think it was like that because I'm a female, and it was just, and he turned everything around. He turned it around on me, and he started to blame me. And you're just like, you're a female. You're just like my mother, and you're saying that. And I'm just like, oh man. I realized that I went with him on his journey as far as we could, and he needed a man now because he didn't have a father. And I had to end the relationship, the work relationship with him, because I was contributing to his brokenness. As much as I was helping, it came to a stop. And that's how I am too. You can work with me for so long, but it's like, all right, that's it. It comes to a point where that's the end, because I want more. I want more growth. It's like when you graduate out of a certain class, or you graduate, with a certain degree, now it's time to move on and you want more. So I had to let him go. And I referred him to a male that was relatable, to someone that he needed to talk to a man, so I never had anybody to talk to.
I think that
Um,
I think that's something that needs to be created. I mean, someone to talk to as early as you can. There should be, I mean, just a conversation like you just found something in a book. I mean, of course, that's a good thing that you found a book that you could relate to and you could some way connect with it. But I mean, how many people would be able to do that? I think, and I mean, you have to now, of course, all those young people growing up and similar situation as yours, you have to send them a message out as to what they should be doing, how should they be going about life, and not falling
mhm,
into a situation like where it reaches a certain brokenness which then they can't, maybe some of them can't get out of. A lot of them can't get
mhm.
out of. You're lucky that you at least been able to identify it and live with it, and I mean, you accepted that.
Well, part of being able to graduate out of brokenness is recognizing that you are broken first. And a lot of people, they don't want to say, yeah, I'm broken. Who wants to say that? It took me, what, 30 something years for me to realize that I was broken. I just thought that, you hear that you're bad all your life, so I just, would say, well, I was bad. But I wasn't bad. I was broken. But those are the things that you hear. And that's why labels are so important. We have to really be mindful of those things that we say to children and even adults, because adults, I mean, hey, they were once children, you know. And like for myself, yeah, today I'm a year older, a step closer to that elderly number. But look, elderly is a label that we're all afraid of being, you know. I don't want, I'm like, dang it, I'm going to be an old person soon. These are all labels that put fear in our mind or whatever. But for me, in my heart, I'm like still young at heart. I'm like a kid at heart. I don't feel like I'm my age. I feel like I'm in my 20s. You know, I'm very energetic. I like I'm like, it's crazy, but it's just, that just lets you know that it's never too late to make a change, and it's never too late to that learn that you're broken, learn that confront your traumas. um it's hard confronting traumas, like talking with you. I This is part of confronting trauma, and I think that part of the reason why I'm all over the place is because the ultimate root of me is trauma, and I'm avoiding, not on purpose, Vikram, but I'm avoiding confronting that trauma, you know.
You're avoiding it, but yes, you will have to confront it at some point. At some point. No, but I
Yeah.
just think that when you're talking about the age and everything, but that young person inside is going to be there. It has to be there. It's just that the structure changes and thought process for the good changes. I mean, thought process is changing, but not to let that go. I mean, that part of it has to stay, and that energetic Shelly or Sweetie or Love, whoever that is, that has to definitely be part of things. I think we make that mistake, I think, at some point of time, thinking that there is something called aging in the sense of the inside. The outside, it is going to age. It's a nice thing. I mean, I'm okay with it. Those things will happen. But from the
I'm,
inside, I don't even know whether you need to. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think well, hey, I'm aging well, so you know, I'm concerned about it. It's okay. I think I'm aging very well. I just wish I did the things that I'm doing now when I was a little younger, you know, just maybe like 10, 15 years younger.
No, it's
But
perfectly all right. Now's the time. Shelly, now is the time. This is it. It's good. It's a good time. It's a good
it
time to,
really is.
yeah, yeah. It's a good time to be you. And everything else that has gone into it has been good. That's all we can say. But otherwise, I think that package, like I was discussing that from the beginning, that package by itself, when it comes into being, that's the best point of time. Whenever that
I,
happens.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. What else do you want to know about me? I'm so all over the place.
I think what we really need to actually get into is that, I mean, of course, yes, brokenness, yes, but just that whole environment of a young person growing up, what what is it like? I mean, if you look back, because you have to, of course, your children have grown up, but there are also these young kids growing up in your area in Baltimore. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure you even see them around. There's something that needs to go out to them as to how should they be dealing with all those things that are happening to them at a very young age. They're exposed to so much. They're expected to maybe grow up a little too early, maybe. So how are they supposed to handle themselves?
Um, Growing up, I remember it was a time period where everyone um, were having babies. Girls was having babies at a young age, you know, and that's all I remember hearing, you know, growing up. And teenage mothers, that's what they call it, teenage mothers. And I never liked children. I wasn't supposed to have them. I didn't like children. I don't have the tolerance, didn't have, I don't have the tolerance for other people's as children. I love mine, um, but I remember um, seeing all of the young girls, you know, that being the topic, And I just was like, that's not going to be me. I just knew that, but that was something that they needed, and they needed it at that age, I guess. It was just a trend in Baltimore, but and I'm sure everywhere it was, but I remember specifically I'm talking about Baltimore, okay? But for me, you know, shoot, I was scared to go, just worried about going home and having food and not seeing my mother uh down on the ground or something. Um the fears, the things that was going on with children back then, um those were not my concerns back then, because when I was out, going to school, or and I started working at like 14, no, 12. I was selling Avon. But my mind, what was going on in my mind as a young person, it was totally different than that norm. I think, and that's just because it happened to me. That's all. I'm just talking. I have to look at myself, and at some point say, Shelly, this is what you went through, and it ain't about other people. It's just about you and your pain. All right. And so, um, you know, um, at a young age, um, I just remember being in school and saying, I hope that my mom is okay, or that it would be a day that I used to count the days that that she wasn't hurt. I would count the day. I would be like, oh wow, it's day 7. Oh, it's day 8. It never got to day 10. It never got to day 10. I don't even think it would get to day 8. But I would count the days while I would be in school. What kid is supposed to be sitting around thinking about, you know, am I going to go home, and is it going to be issues? You're not supposed to think about those things as a child. You know, those are just for, as much as people say you're not supposed to be a young parent, you're also not supposed to be a young person that has to count days where conflict did not occur in front of you. And that's traumatizing. So even like when I said that I did things in front of my children, I traumatized them, and I'm grateful that at some point I did stop. It wasn't something that I did every day. I didn't. Now I'm not talking about beating my kids. They saw me going off on people. Um, that teaches children. That teaches children. That's how you handle your conflicts. And people always wonder, like, you have a son who grew up in a household where his mom was abused, but then that son becomes an abuser. And people always say, he saw his mom being abused. Like, why would he go off and do the same thing? But that's what he was taught. And yeah, he loved his mom, and he saw, and that should be something where you should be like, you shouldn't, you know what kind of pain that feels like. You know it. So I understand. I look at different things. I look at I look at people's behaviors and their reaction to conflicts different, because I look at how I was. And when for me, if you got to sit there and count and hope that you can get to a year, hope that you can get to a month of no conflict in your face, then that's sad. That's a troublesome thing. So that was the majority of my life, Vikram.
No, but Shelly, that age, whatever's happening with your mother, what were you thinking? I mean, can I do something about it, or I can't do something about it? Is there
But
helplessness? What's happening then?
for sure, of course, I wanted to do something. Even as a young child, I wanted to save her. You know, that was my thing, was I wanted to save her. And I tried to save her and it did not work. One day I remember running away, and I was running away because I was running to get help for her. And the police told me no, that they wouldn't come into the house because um, she, they, my dad had to open the door for them, or she had to open the door for them. And I'm like, my mom is on the floor. And I was a young kid. And I ran away to the neighbor's house. And I was young. And I was just like, she's on the floor. She can't open the door. And so they're just like, well, you know, we can't come in. I'm like, how in the world do you call the police for help and they don't even help, you know? And I'm telling them my mom is on the floor. That's like a red flag, you know, like, hey, somebody's on the floor. She is not. For as far as I was concerned, from what I was able to peek and see, she wasn't moving. And so I'm just like, I'm trying to convey this to them, and they were just, you know, so you this is how one could lose faith in, you know, the police. You know, it's just, I thought you were there to help. They never came. But then I don't even know how I don't know who told where I was. I don't know how they even guessed. I don't know how my dad, I don't know. But the lady, I just remember her being on the phone with either my mom or my dad or whatever. I don't remember. And my sister ended up walking up the street and she came and got me. I was so scared to go home, terrified, because I knew I was going to be beat. And I was like so scared. Now, what child is supposed to feel like she has to protect, you know, her mom, somebody that I love with every being in me? And that was what I was doing. I wasn't thinking about, you know, schoolwork, playing on the playground, you know, things like that. My everyday was, what can be done to end this person that's causing harm to my mom? I thought about that on a daily basis. That was my everyday life for the first, what, 14, 15 years. Because even after she divorced my dad, it still was something that was in my mind. You know, you always had that fear. So I guess for the first 14 years, they lived together, 13 years.
But there's no family around or family to speak to about all this.
Was Vikram, that wasn't a, no, you, no, that wasn't allowed. You could, my mom has family, yes, but you know, when you're in certain relationships, um, you are forced to limit your communication, and you don't say certain things, and you may not say to, I know that um, to protect her parents, not saying anything, you just don't say anything, okay? So but okay, so my mom is probably the strongest person that I know, and I guess I kind of just like, I'm always talking about my mom, you know, everything, because she's everything, and she's the strongest person that I know, and
Very-
she's but
Yeah, imagine because she has gone through that. I mean, for her to come out of that, that I think is something that obviously you have to be strong to do that.
but you also have to, and I'm not going to blame her, you know, she didn't deserve what she went through. She went to school with my dad. They were she she didn't know what she was getting into when she got with my dad. I think they was in elementary school or whatever grade. They were young, and she knew my dad as a young child. But my dad went to prison when I think 15, and he was charged as an adult. And so he had to go to prison and was with, other adults. Well, aside from his broken household, living in Baltimore City, the things that, and the plague again of survival, trying to survive everyday life in Baltimore City as a male, he says, I think he he says that he's a pretty boy is what he's called himself, and um, he had to. His dad was tough in the streets and everything, and I don't know if my dad felt like he had to prove who he was aside from his living in poverty. Um, I don't know if because the way he looked, this pretty boy, it's a mindset. It's a where you have to prove yourself. I don't know. I don't even want to. I'm not even going to ask. I don't know. But he was known in the streets. His dad was known in the streets, and they were known. You just don't mess with them. And so they were poor, very poor, and so he had to do what most people in the inner city had to do to survive. You know, it is what it is with that part. But aside from that part, his way of his anger, his temperament, everything was done with his fist. Okay, it's that's it. So he then when you put the system put a child in prison at a young age, and so now you took him from an environment that thrives on the need to survive at any means necessary, the inability to handle conflict by any other way, than physical. You put him in prison, and that's a whole new culture of survival. And I think that just that along with just his regular life, I think that just was a disaster for him. And he was exonerated. I think he did 3.5 years, but he was exonerated because of him being charged as an adult. And I believe some rules changed in Baltimore based off of the situation with my dad also. So good for him. That's a positive that he contributed to regulation or law change within Baltimore.
But what was he charged for? Okay, no. Okay, no, but I think the prison system and the entire criminal justice system needs to be discussed. It's a big issue that by itself. I think
Yeah.
the way we've discussed this in certain, I think, that decolonization session about that whole colonial setup that we have. It's sad that it's still continuing, and what people have to go through, just the aspect of the innocent being sent into such spaces. That by itself is the worst thing that you can do to someone. So that whole colonial setup that has been created, I think, I don't know.
He wasn't innocent. The people that are innocent are the children. It's that collateral consequences that affect the people, the family members. It's those are the ones that are innocent in this. A person can do an act, but prison is more expensive than college. It's just like, it's the system is so broken that they rather invest in putting someone in an environment that is so corrupt and so messed up and geared towards corrupting one's mindset than to say, okay, let me understand the reason why this person is the way they are and work towards changing the mindset in order to halt, recidivism.
Yeah. No, because actually, first of all, society itself has to take some responsibility if a person is broken in that system because of the way we've structured society, and to then don't take responsibility for that, send a person into this whole, like I said, a colonial setup of
Mm-hmm.
of the 1800s, where the thought process is that people can't change. Or I mean, there's so much more that has happened on all these years. I mean, 200-300 years of change in terms of the way you've studied. Just the fact that what a young child goes through and why they do what they do, there's so much has happened, but that hasn't reflected in the, I mean, in terms of changes in the criminal justice system at all.
Well, I think that that quote that I read from Brian Stevenson, it would help people to understand that they have done something. And no, I think that, well, it's further. It's more to the quote, but the word just the book title Just Mercy itself, it lets us know that at one point in our lives, I don't care who you are, you needed just mercy for something that you did. And people, even in the system, whether it's a judge, a police officer, a correctional officer, someone in Congress, the president, and I'm not talking about Trump, but everybody has gone through something where they wanted to have forgiveness or mercy for their behaviors. But for some reason, when they become those judges, and whatever, when they're up in those certain positions, prosecutors and everything, they forget that the system itself is so corrupt. It wasn't written for the poor. It wasn't written for the black man, the black woman, the woman. It wasn't written for all people. It just is. It's not meant to. My opinion. It's not meant to change the mindset, because just like you said, they feel like the mindset can't be changed. But I can raise my hand and say the mindset can change because my mindset changed. So that's false. And not only that, I've worked with enough people to know that the mindset can change. But you have to, it's a continuous process, because while I could say my mindset changed, I can also say that that other part of me that makes me me is still in me. So that's why I say I'm broken, and you I have my issues, with I could snap quick, but I'm able to manage. But if it's a situation where I can't manage it, then it's just like, just watch out. It's just, and I don't like that part about me. And when you recognize those little ugly things that you don't like about yourself, it's just like if I hate potatoes, for example. I cannot eat a potato. I can't smell a potato. I hate potatoes. That's something, a part of me that's just like, ugh, I recognize it. I don't like it. And I'm not gonna put it in my space. You have to do the same exact thing with those parts of you that can cause you to go down the wrong path. I have to look at that that angry side of me like it's a potato, and say, Shelly, don't let it into your space. You can't smell it. And when I say you can't smell it, that means you can't entertain negativity. I can't let that negativity be. I can't breathe it in. It's just like breathing a potato. I will vomit when I smell a potato. I have to have that same mentality when I smell negativity and conflict. I don't welcome it into my space. But, and it's always a but. It has to always be a but, because I'm not perfect. And I come from an environment of conflict and brokenness. And so once I recognize it, again, I know that my trigger is my children. My trigger is my mother. It's my triggers. Do whatever you want to me, to a certain extent, because I'll laugh it off. Yesterday, my son and I, before we went to this restaurant and stuff, my son's like, I'm going to take your pictures. And because I love taking pictures. He's my photographer. And he's like, I'm going to take you to this park that I found. It's a lake and all of that. And I'm like, okay, this boy had me hiking through Los Angeles with my oldest son. I told you he bought me a new electric bike, but you can't ride the electric bike up the hills in California. It's like it goes straight up, and so I'm like I'm off of the bike and I'm pushing it up the hill, and I'm like, James, you said that we were going to take pictures. I'm just like, what the crap is going on? So now I'm like sweating, I'm hot. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. So then we get back on the bike and we ride on the sidewalk because I don't feel safe riding on the street. They have bike lanes, but they'll end. So we just ride on the sidewalk, but we are very courteous to people. This man, he screams out to us, get off the sidewalk. And I'm just like, so I I immediately turn around and I'm like, shut up. That's just my go-to. I don't know why. My son laughs at me. He says, why did you just say shut up? I said, because if I go off, then I'm going to go off. So I just said, shut up. And so my son just looked at me. We just together, we just bust out laughing. And it's just because, I'm like, Shelly, you didn't even have to say nothing. You didn't have to say anything to this man. He thinks he wants you off the sidewalk. Who cares? You didn't get off the sidewalk. You just kept on riding. But it's just something so small. Now, if I was in Baltimore and I did that, I could be shot. So it's just like you don't even blow the horn at home. You cannot blow the horn. Out here, they're like blowing the horn. We'll be driving and I'm like, oh my goodness, they're like crazy with blowing the horn. I'm like, why are they doing that? It's a culture change. It's a culture shock. That's why I say when you go to different states, it's like, what in the world is wrong with these people? They're like blowing the horn like crazy. I'm not blowing the horn like crazy at home. I'm not doing that because I know how it can end. But the same thing with me screaming out, shut up. It was just that easy. But if I know that I can't do that at home, then I should check myself and I shouldn't do it here also. So it's just those little things of how quick you can slip, and it's just part of it's part of self-management. I'm not perfect.
But I'm still thinking it's a tough life for people out there. So many things that you have to think about, how this person is going to react to this, what's going to happen, am I going to be shot? I mean, imagine a society that is like that, to create something like that. It's like,
Yeah. But you got to think about what people are going through. The man may have screamed out, get off the sidewalk, and with the bike, he may have been hit by a bike before. So it's always a reason to a reaction, a reason to a behavior. And I think it just requires a lot of patience. And trust me, I have gotten so much better. I'm the hothead, but Vikram, you'll not believe that I'm the girliest girl. I am so girly, so girly.
and that's the part that has to stay. Like everything else can be managed, but yes.
Yeah, you can't be girly, slapping people around or whatever. I love I love everything about me now. I'm able to. I love dressing up like a girl. I've always done my hair and my nails and stuff like that. I like. My kids, they know we call it the peas. It's my favorite color used to be pink. I'm all colors now, but it was pink. It was perfume. I am the biggest perfume person. I have two stations over here in my room. One thing is like a tier, 3 tiers, and just filled with every perfume that you can imagine. Um, and down through all tiers. And then I have a table, whatever that thing is. And on top, those are my most expensive lotions and perfumes. And oh my goodness, it's expensive, but those are my loves. Okay. Then it was purses. I love purses. And then it was pumps. We just used the 4 P's. We had added pumps because I love heels. But my knees are like, Shelly, you don't love heels because we're gonna make you fall because your knees are bad. I've always had bad knees, but So those are the four things. The four P's is pink, purses, perfume, and pumps. Throw in some flowers. I love flowers. You know, that's Shelly. You know, that's me.
And
And I
what
love
about
makeup, so
and
I
what
got to put
about
some stuff
yeah.
on.
And what about Sweetie and Love? Do they have some preferences? Uh,
Sweetie loves Sweetie is the girly me. You know, that's the mother, that's the nurturing part of me. Um I love every Sweetie is she's good. She's that's who you want to be around. And so is Love. Love is an extension of Shelly. Um um she loves the flowers. She loves love. That's the Romeo and Juliet part of me. Then you have Shaquita. My mom named me that. She named me that. That's that fiery side of me. That's the stereotype. You know, the Baltimore or is I think it's any black woman, you know, which I shouldn't say that because it's a stereotype, but it's the like, you know, you roll your head and you do that's and then she gonna knock you out too. That's Shaquita. Shalita, she is that spicy me. I don't remember who named me Shalita. No, oh no. My dad named me Shalita. Um, yeah, that's a spicy me. You know, that's that little girl that just wants a dad. You know, that's just somebody that she just wants a dad. You know, you hear about girl dad and all of that, you know, and that's all cool and nice and everything. But like what girl doesn't want a dad? I used to be, now here's a good part, okay? Good and bad. Punishment used to be, of course he would beat. I felt like he beat me the most. I don't know why my dad beat me the most. I'm cool with it now because he built up, like I said, my immunity for pain, for physical pain. So it's all good. Plus, he taught me how to fight, you know, and also nobody is gonna put their hands on me. You know, I will never. A guy's not gonna put his hands on me. Um, but he taught me how to fight, and that was my way of, like I said, conflict resolution. But he also punishment, and I remember my sisters having to do this with me as well, was exercising. Vikram, my dad would have us exercising. You know, you would be doing jumping jacks, mountain climbs, running in place, all kind for hours. There is no stopping. So somebody could be like, you know, well, Shelly, it was just mountain climbs or sit ups or push ups. You just had to just keep doing it, and it would be for hours. I just remember myself just I would be tired, but you just keep going because if you stop, he's going to beat you. So you don't want to stop. But I think that made me into that athletic person. I had a nice body. I was small. I was always in shape. I don't feel like I'm as in shape now because I think because I'm getting old and my hormones or something is changing my metabolism. And so I feel like I'm not pleased with my body now, but everybody pays for my body nowadays. So it's like, it's okay. So I'm that's what age does for you. You blossom. But so I was very athletic as far as that part, you know, body wise. I was strong. I loved to exercise. Um, my dad was a boxer. Um, he those are things that he was into, and as a result, you know, I think that it became something that I enjoyed. My youngest son now, he exercises like crazy. It's just, I guess it's just in the blood. But so that part of my life I appreciate. I'm glad he punished me with exercising because I was strong, you know, and now at this age I I lasted, my body lasted, you know, for so long, being in shape. So, you know, that's a good part, I
but
guess.
let me tell you, we have all this, I mean, in the US society, this black, white, and all that. So much of that happens. What is all that about? Why do we have that? Is that changing, not changing? What
What
is
do
the
you mean?
situation? I mean,
What,
everywhere that there will be always a conversation about how that discrimination happens, and of course there is history to that, or whatever history is there. But over time, today, are we looking at changes happening there? Are people looking at things differently? The younger generation looking at things differently?
in my opinion, from my from my upbringing, um, my dad is light skinned. A lot of different things. His mom is Native American. His dad is a whole bunch of different things. And recently, when I went home, my aunt was telling me that I used to say to my sister, my youngest sister, my sister under me, that you're black like mommy. My mom is dark skin, brown skin. I should not say she's and I'm like, I feel so bad because these are things that was remembered that they said that I have said, but I said what my dad. I remember my dad saying that, and um, the color thing, colorism, is a taught mindset and it's a taught behavior, and I'm not going to just say that it's just in Baltimore. I think that it's something that's all over the world. Um, well, I should say all over the United States. I'm not gonna, because I'm not familiar with outside of the United States, but it's something that is just people would look at light skin as being that dominant, or that right. It was that color that was safe. If you're dark skinned, you're a threat, but if you're light skinned, it's just safe. And while my dad, his mom, she's Native American, but she was dark skinned. She wasn't light like him. She was very dark. Um, Beautiful long silky hair and everything, and then that's the next thing people would say. Well, she has good hair, all of that, but it's just like like my dad used to say, what does that mean? What does good hair mean? But these are things that I remember growing up that we're taught, and you want it to be light skin with that long hair, oh, silk, particular textured hair, and so I feel bad. And if my sister is watching, I think that I told her, like, Dag, I'm sorry, but I have to say it to the public, I guess. Um, that I'm sorry for those type of comments, because now I sit there and I fight for the rights for Black people, light skin, dark skin, or whatever. Like that's I think it's a mindset that Black people have, because it's something that we're taught. We hear about it. What is it like in India? What is the color thing?
I
Do you
mean,
see Black people in India?
no. I mean, in the sense, we have all colors. We have all color ranges here. We have very dark and very light. Also, skin color you have all, but this aspect doesn't. I mean, look, I'm sure there are certain parts. Maybe if you go to the more rural areas, this aspect about the skin color may come up, but the world that I live in that world, definitely these are not issues at all. So that's what surprises me, that when I hear about so much in the US about the color of the skin part of it, you're just surprised that that hasn't changed over time. I mean,
No, I think that it's being discussed more, but I think that it's in people's mind. I mean, hey, my mom, I remember her saying that, if you couldn't go past a certain, you couldn't, she grew up in Baltimore City, and then you have Baltimore County. So you have a line, you're in Baltimore City here, then once you cross a line, then you're in a county, but you could not go all the way up, so you have people that may not have seen a white person. You see them on TV or something, but you didn't see a white person like standing. That's why I asked you, do you see Black people where you're at, what type of people, what do you see? Because even it was just certain parts that you just don't you didn't go to, I guess. Well, for my mom, you couldn't go to, of course. You couldn't cross over into Baltimore County and just just go and explore and go to the mall and whatever. And I remember growing up when we moved into the county, and it was this mall, and I had no idea we were so close to this mall, but this was the bougie mall, the rich people's mall, where the affluent people would go to. And when I found the mall, it's like, dang, it was so close, but yeah, I think it's just sad. Yeah, the United States, we do have issues with that, with the color, the light skin, dark skin. I think that people, they could say that that it's not within them, but I think it is.
But
That's my opinion.
but how do your sons look at it? I mean, has it changed with that generation? Is it?
My sons, both my sons are dark skinned. Okay. And my youngest son, he is all about Black pride. That boy is big on it. Um, and but he does recognize colorism. He talks about it all the time with me. My oldest son, he never really said anything about mm, no. I'm gonna have to ask him, because he doesn't talk about it. He recognizes issues. He does recognize that, and he'll say things like uh he'll say something to me like he said yesterday. A certain race may come to his place of work, and he'll just notice that certain people, he classifies certain people, they behave differently than another class. And then I'll say to him, no, we got to just look at people as people, take away that generalization of or stigma that a person's race contributes to their behavior. So we'll have those type of talks, because I used to be right where he's at, and once your mind is there, um, you got to stay focused and just look at people as people. And so that's what he and I talk about that a whole lot.
Well, it just surprises me that in this day and age, we still, I mean, hear about these conversations and so much happening. And you would expect that over these years, these are things which should have gone at the back. But what what all is in people's mind, of course, we would never know. But you yourself, in terms of your life, you have not been, never felt that that aspect has affected your life in any way. Skin color has not been an issue in terms of your life in LA or Baltimore or wherever. That
Um, no one has come up to me and, well, they're not gonna come up to me and say anything like that. But I've had people come up to me and ask me, "What am I?" And that's like, you know, I've had that a lot. I think it's silly, and that's in LA, and that's back home. I don't know why they would say that. I think it's silly. My kid's father, he used to tell people that, and he would deny my kids, but then he would tell people that I'm the mother to to the daughter that he had before my kids. She's mixed. She's white and he's black. Her mom is white, and he would tell people that I was her mother, and then he would say that I was Puerto Rican. I'm like, what are you, stupid? Like, why would you? But then he wouldn't admit that he had my kids. So you have people like him, for example. I guess he's not pleased with his color, his tone, I should say. Um, I don't know. I don't know.
I just get surprised.
I'm black, so you look at me, you see I'm black. So
I'm just thinking that these are things which over time, I mean, you would think that countries develop and they call them developed countries, but I think these are things which have to develop. These are issues when then you should be called a developed country. To
well, I think that people of color, we have issues because of what was done to us. You know, you go all the way back, you know, to slavery, and it's just a mindset. If you're the light skin is better and you're in the house, the dark skin is worse, you're in the field. It was just like, you know, we were taught how to separate and generalize color with status and meaning. And so I think that is something that it's just a mindset that we have to get out of. Is that slave mentality that
But
came with so many different issues.
and the thing is that in the US, it's not like, I mean, the civil rights movement is not too old. It's like, okay, okay, it might be the 60s and 70s, but they're not so far back. So I think there's lots that has to happen, I'm sure, within the society. Yeah. Because you just get surprised that, I mean, that these things still linger on after all these years.
Mhm.
They linger on, and does that affect? Because look, finally, I mean, that aspect of what young people are going through. A lot of times, I'm sure they don't even talk about it, but things like
Right.
these definitely affect them on a daily basis. Maybe, I mean, the way when you hear about whatever happens. So I
No,
think.
it does. And like one of the fears that I have with my boys, I've said, and I've done like different marches and different things. And when I speak, I've said that my boys were statistics as soon as I had them. You know, if you're a black male, it's not just living in Baltimore, it's living in the United States. You are at risk. And the fact that they are brown skin, you know, darker tone, it makes me even more afraid because I'm just like, you know, they're not looked at in my eyes. My sons are not looked at the same way as a light skinned person. It's like they are generalized as being um they're more feared because of their skin tone. You know, they're and you know, it's hard for me to explain, I guess, and this is a mother's fear. You know, no mother wants to have issues with something happening to their sons, and I guess where I come from, it's like you see so many mothers that their sons have been taken away from them. You know, whether it's from the hands of the police or the streets, and I have not had those issues with my sons, and I'm so grateful. You know, but it's just that their skin tone and being males make them at risk. And that's what to me the United States has done to my mind as far as my fears with my kids. You know, but my dad, like I said, he's light skinned, and he has had some crazy stories from with police officers at a young age, at a very young age, and I think that maybe that's because he lived in Baltimore City, and they just look at you like you're black. It don't even matter. You're black and you're in the city, so you know they treated him like he was trash. He told me a situation where him and his brother, I think he said he was 12, the police took him, and I don't know if it's true or false, but this is what he said to me. Um, and I don't know what they did to him, but they kept them for, I think he said like overnight, and then they dropped him off, and him and his brother, whatever area, you know, after that. I was like, what did your mom, you know, where was she? You know, she didn't know anything about where they were. Now I don't know, or maybe I just don't remember. That's another thing, Vikram. A lot of little things I don't remember in my childhood, or different things that my dad may have said to me. I don't know why. I do know why, but um, neither here nor there. But there's a lot of little things that I just don't remember. I guess I just pushed it back in that unconscious part of my mind. But I'm not sure exactly what he said happened to him, but he's been treated horribly. And that's just as a black person. You know, you could have a person, um, a non black person, a approach you, and it doesn't matter. You're black. Black is black. It's not a light skin, dark skin thing. Black is black, and you'll be treated like you're black in the United States. That's how I look at it.
But in terms of your work wise, does it in any way affect your work?
Yeah. Um, yeah, because and you and I have talked about this before, and I think like when I preface, I say you're gonna get Shelly today. You're not gonna get. I'm not gonna. Um, I'm not trying to talk proper. I'm just gonna just be me. This is just me. And so, but when I'm at work, when I'm talking to clients, or even talking to my students, I have to put on my voice, and my voice, of course, is I'm not using any slang or anything like that, but it's a it's a little bit more of a higher pitched tone, and I'm just like very robotic, almost, kinda, I guess. I'm not as chill. I'm just more in tune to what's going on. Like right now, I'm more chill, and I would never say the word chill, to them. But because otherwise, it's like I had this one client, and he's questioning, my skills. He questioned my education. He questioned all of this stuff, and it's just like I had it, and it wasn't enough for him, and it wasn't enough for him because I was black. He heard black, and like I told you before, people can act like they don't hear color, but oh yes, they do. And just as well as you can see it, people can make that perception or assumption that this person on the other end of the phone is black. Because I'll call some of my clients first, and the same thing with my students. I haven't really gotten any issues that I've noticed with my students. I think that they just recognize that I'm just a stern professor. Um, they'll try me. They'll like I, I don't see. I think they're more mouthy. This generation now is just very mouthy, and they lack the patience to the process. They don't respect the process of education and learning. It's not so much as me as being that black professor. I noticed that some of them I require they call me, Professor Edison, and they just don't. They'll just sit there and they'll be like, "Oh, Michelle," I'm like, "I'm not your peer. I'm not your friend. My name is Professor Edison." I'm sticking to that, and I think that that's because for me, I've earned that title, and especially going through that all that I went through in school, um, it's just it's just respect to me. I don't know. I call all of my professors their first names. I don't know, but that's the only like thing that I get. Nothing with color with my students, but definitely color in the mediation ADR circle world.
But what, do-
100%.
what are you teaching them? What does Professor Edison teach?
Professor Edison, she is I'm an adjunct instructor for the social sciences, and that includes sociology, psychology, anthropology, and economics. And I just started, or I'll be teaching this next term. I was certified to teach social justice courses. So that's cool because that's like right under, everything that I do anyway, because I do DEIB training already, outside of the schools. So with that, and then just me just being that activist me, um, it works. So I'm excited to teach that next term. Um, I'm curious of how it's going to end up because you have people, it's online classes, and so they come from everywhere, so you have so many different cultures. And even with my students, with my classes right now, I'm trying to teach them about biases and stereotypes, and some people get it, but some people remain stuck in their own culture and their own ways. So um, I love teaching.
I like Professor Edison. I think that sounds really nice.
I
Professor.
I love Professor Edison. Yep, that's just another extension of me. Yeah.
That's a really
But
interesting.
but you know what, Vikram, just that right there shows you that labels matter, and names matter. So when we talk about different people, when we're addressing different people, this is just worldly situation. When we say you're a criminal, that's a name, and just it's no different than saying, oh, you're ugly. they we've learned from psychology, you don't say people are ugly, you don't tell children that they're ugly. Inclusivity includes having dolls that look like everybody. You have a Barbie doll now. You have them all colors, skin tones. um, you could have a Barbie doll that's, I think they have a pregnant Barbie doll, a handicapped Barbie doll. It's like all these different things because you want inclusivity with everything that we do. So for me, my names, it just is it's just an extension of everything. You get to see all parts of me exclusively,
No,
and it's
no,
just
yeah, there's so many parts to people actually there are. So sometimes it's a good thing to know there are so many parts. And of course, and all those parts don't come out everywhere. So when Professor Edison is Professor Edison, Sweetie is not taken there, maybe. So
right.
there are those kind of compartments which are made in life. Good,
Yeah.
bad, I don't know. I don't know whether it's a good, bad thing, but that's the way it is.
I tell you this much, it keeps me in check, and it's not like I said before, it's not like under DID. It's not that, I don't have DID is multiple personalities. It's not that, it's just me naming or characterizing. um you call yourself Mediator Victim, okay, and you have defined, who you are in this moment. But are you Mediator Vikram when you take off your um those ear things, and when you're just walking about your house, you have a family and everything. You become a dad, a husband, you're a, I don't know, you have siblings, you're a brother, you're all of these different things. All of these different things that make you up into who you are. But you also have these different names and these different titles that define you. So it's just like that with me when I say Michelle Shelley.
Well, let me tell you, the title that had to come up only because my name is such a common name. Otherwise, if you had to search for Vikram Singh on LinkedIn, I don't know how many you'll find. You'll never get to me. So,
Oh,
Mediator
really?
Vikram was a branding that I had to do because it's a easy name to search today. If you have to go to LinkedIn and put Mediator Vikram, you'll get this person. But
You'll
my
get you.
name as such, I'm happy with being Vikram. I'm very happy being with Vikram. I don't actually need anything else, and that's me. One compartment. That's it. So the other, it's a branding exercise which I had to do only because of the common name that I have. Vikram Singh must be the most common name available. Maybe in the worldwide common names, it must be one of the very common names.
Vikram, I didn't know your name was common.
Very
You're
common.
the
It's a,
that I've ever met.
look, imagine how common it is that even Friends, they got an Indian person into Friends on one episode, and he was called Vikram.
Oh my goodness. I
So,
didn't even know that. Okay.
so it is
But you
actually.
but you still have, so you branded, so you're that person, just to separate yourself, but you're also more than that. I always say, and I got to go back to my book, I am more than, so even when people say, if my mom says to me, there goes Shaquita again, because like I said, Shaquita's that attitude person. For me, I say I'm more than, so I'm more than just Shaquita. I'm more than just a broken person, because yeah, I'm a mother, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt. You, I'm a professor. you know, the Michelle Shelley Sweetie, all of that doesn't fall in, because a professor is a different type of title. Um, I'm all of these different things. All of these different things make up Michelle, Shelley, Sweetie, Love. They make up. Um, they make up just me. It's just all about who I am, and that's a good thing. And like I understand for the branding part because Shelley was part of my branding with my different businesses. I always would say Shelly of, and then I'll say like I had a bartending school, so it was like Shelly of Next Level Bartenders. Um, I'm Shelly of Change Starts with Hope, which is my company now. So and it's like it's all put together, because Shelly, it's just like you're saying, that's anybody. But if you say and if you search like Shelly of Change Starts with Hope, then you'll get Change Starts with Hope stuff. And so I understand that. Shelly of Change Starts with Hope is different than just Shelly. I'm
No, but
sure.
Cherry, what are the good positive things happening in life now? Where is life moving towards? What's the plan?
Well, I'm getting married next year.
Wow.
Vikram, you know that's a fib. I'm not getting married. No way. Just kidding. Um, right now, I'm debating on furthering my education because while education was such an issue with me growing up for, like I said, many different reasons. I love education so much. So I want to go back to school with teaching. I have to find out like how it goes with me getting the education for free at the school that I teach. So that would be really cool because I want to be called Dr. Shelley, and I want that
Hmm.
written on my obituary, Dr. Shelley. So
We're already planning an obituary.
okay. All right, so I sent my obituary.
Basically, you want to plan things for when you're not even around.
I, you know what? In one of my speech classes, they had us write our obituary, and then in one of my psychology, that was undergrad, and then my psychology class, they had us write our obituary, and it was like, I don't want to write, but when I did it in undergrad, I didn't have anything to write. It was just like, okay, she's a mom and all of that, but I didn't have anything substantial to write. And when you look at different obituaries, you see all of these accolades of the people. And I wanted my kids to be able to read and reflect on all of those things that I've done, positive parts of me and
Okay.
everything. So
So what is it
that's
going to read like? What is it going to read like today if you have to write it? What is it going to read like? Let's
so
hear that.
it's gonna be Michelle Edison slash Shelley Sweetie Love was a professor who loved caring for people, who worked in the communities, different marginalized communities to prevent recidivism and to help support change throughout everyone's mindset. Shelley, uh, uh, known to most as Shelley, loved working with people. And then it's going to be just a whole long strain of all of the things that I love to do as far as helping I give back to the community. I've been giving back. Like I used to tell my kids, we're going to give your clothes, you give your toys. If you give, then you'll receive. That's what God says. Give back. And so it's going to discuss how like all the things that I would give back. Um, It's going to talk about my heart, but then it's going to talk about all of my education. You can just end with my education because my education helped me get to where I am now. Education is a powerful thing, and that's why it was taken away, from black people to even be able to have education. You black people, my mom says she didn't even have books in school growing up. You get the old books or whatever. Education is not given the same to people in marginalized communities and people that look like me. It's not offered. And so me being able to say I proudly have those things on the wall for me, and I proudly have, Pepperdine. It's just like a school that was my dream school to go to. And I want that on my obituary. I want my kids to be able to stand up and say, my mom, she sacrificed and she became something to her. I don't give a crap about anybody else. I don't care that somebody else says, oh, Shelly is this and that. For me right now, because I've always felt like I was nothing, I'm able to say Shelly is educated with this. I'm able to say it. I please myself. Me pleasing you, Vikram, or anybody else, I do not care. I'm happy with myself, because with me, when it was just me being broken and me feeling like I was nothing, everybody was there to help pull me down. Everybody was there to contribute to that mindset of me saying and feeling and bringing into realization that I was broken, or I can't even say broken. I was nothing. The world seems to cultivate and mold and embrace you being nothing more than embracing all of the good parts of you. And I don't know why it's like that. I don't know. Negativity is just embraced. Um, is it like that in India?
I think human nature remains the same everywhere. I think there is something to that which, why is it the way it is? But people are not going to take you up when you need them to take you up. Yes, definitely. I think that happens everywhere. And
Yeah.
so being able
It's
to
like I
get,
get kicked more. You're kicked more when you're up there.
yeah, I think that's maybe again a sociology kind of a situation to understand why human nature is developed the way it is. Maybe that's the way it was, that okay, in a way it's the survival aspect of it. We are not going to take someone who's actually broken because it doesn't fit into our survival as a species. Well, I don't know what kind of thoughts there are, what genetic factors there are inside. Who knows what all is happening in the human mind and everything, but it's complex. So
Mm-hmm.
what are the now positive things for the future? What's coming up? What, because you have a birthday to celebrate also, so I'm not going to keep you so long. So
Oh, please! I have to get to work. I'm not.
that's
It's not.
you're working today. No.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not doing my birthday. Well, my son is in his room sleep. He took off for me today. And yet he took off yesterday. And next month, for November, my oldest son, he's coming here. So that's gonna be fun. And then we're going off and we're doing a lot of different things. But um, for me, the most important part of me is just and who and what I am now is just I'm just continuously growing. Um, I welcome knowledge and experiences. I welcome recognizing my flaws and where I'm wrong, and maybe my perceptions are maybe skewed sometimes. I love learning. I'm telling you, I'm just like a sponge. That's why I say, yeah, I want to be called Dr. Edison. I don't I'm going back to school because I just love school, but I just feel like it just gives me a sense of it makes me happy. I think it's something that really makes me happy, and I love to be able to add titles to my name, and I do that for me. You'll see me in the future um, supporting people state to state and hopefully globally. Like one day, Vikram, you may see me walking past you in the streets of India somewhere. Maybe. I
You,
guess I would stand out.
yeah, I think you would send me a message that you're coming down for sure.
I'll be like, Vikram, can you give me your address? I think I'm in your area. And you'll say, where are you, Shelly? I'm in India. Well, Shelly, that's not.
Good, you realize how big India is. A lot of people maybe don't. Someone was asking me, so what is the weather like in India? And I had to tell the person, look, India is huge. It's like the weather. There's no Indian weather.
Right. It's no India. So I like to, I make jokes like that, just to bring that togetherness. But hopefully one day I am able, to come there, and maybe one day I'll be able to say, hey, I'm speaking wherever, and come and listen to me. It would be my honor for me to be able to be there, and then you come and listen to me. And a lot of times I'm like, I always say, I always do, like, this is me, like this is my life right now. To be able to look at, to discuss me now, to discuss the Shelley now, and to be able to smile and be proud of myself. It's one thing when when a person is disappointed and just displeased with themselves, you're gonna see a whole other person. You have, it's just like, you know maybe you're not a girl with this part, but I was gonna say, when I don't have my hair done or something, and then I just feel like, it's just like, and so, like, the other day I said to my son, oh, I did the hair facial, and he says, oh, because you did your hair, and it's just like your skin just becomes glowing, and stuff like that. It's the same thing when you feel low with yourself, and you just feel like you're not a part of anything. You just are worthless to society. And so for the majority of my life, for more of my life than what I feel now, this proudness of myself, I felt like I was worthless to society. And maybe because I thought that my negative mindset, made me um, a problem in society, if anything. So, you always feel like, or you're taught that when you're a problem to society, the law discusses, you're convicted of this crime because you are a danger to society. And so feeling like you are something to society makes you feel less than. You're not welcome in society. That's how I felt for the majority of my life. But now, I don't feel that way. And if someone believes that within about me, I don't care. I don't let that bring me down. Now, I think that I care enough where I will say, let me work on changing their mindset, because that's a huge part of who Shelley is now, is changing the mindset of people. I Because if they think that about me, then they're going to think it about you, and they're going to think it about your children, and they'll think it about my children, and it's just a cyclical mindset, cyclical behavior that needs change. So one day soon, you're going to be like, there's Shelley on TV, walking through India, wherever, and she's talking about changing the world, changing the mindset.
Not one day, Shelly. It's not a one day thing. It has to happen now. First of all, the good part
Oh,
is
yeah.
you found yourself, you discovered yourself, you've accepted yourself, you you're in tune with yourself. So good. Those things are good. So now you have to do things on this world thing. What about the world mediation circle? Some mediation circles that need to be created. We have to do work there, Shelly. There's so much work to be done there. And this is
Oh,
where,
yeah.
yeah. When are you going to get time for all that? When is Professor Edison going to be able to take out time? When is it going
I
to happen?
always, I always, because you have 24 hours in a day, and I enjoy my sleep. I really do enjoy my sleep.
Today,
Plus, I
today you didn't
need.
get today you didn't get too much of it. You had to start an early morning session.
It's so crazy, Vikram, because I have my alarm on my clock set for 11 o'clock, and that's just in case I'm still up at 11 o'clock. But by like 9:30, 9:59, I'm like, I want to go to bed.
That's not
That's
bad.
how
That wasn't the way it was. You were staying up late, weren't you? So
I used to stay up late. Yeah, and especially because years ago, working in a club and doing stuff like that, I'm up all night. But even being a parent, you got to be up all night, all day, because then I was very active. Like, I would go to the kids' school, I volunteered in their schools. I was just very hands on, but then I would work in the evening. But now I'm older. and I need, and health wise, I have to have my sleep. I have to have my rest. Not to mention some of my medications will make me sleepy. So it's just like, you know, like I didn't take my medication this morning because it had me going back and forth running into the bathroom. So I'm like, all right, so I got to be able to talk to Vikram. So I'm not going to take this one medication. So, it's just different things that I'm gonna take it when we get off this, but it's just different things with me that I monitor. Um, but I have time. My
Okay,
my life is dedicated to change
good.
because I could I I was a someone saw something in me, you know, and gave me the opportunity. Whether it's my professors, my instructors, like recently, I linked up with one of my teachers from high school. She taught the social sciences. Hi, Miss Reed, if you're watching, because I did invite her to watch. But, she saw something in me that I didn't see in me, and she remembered me. We just hooked up when I was back at home last month. And, she remembered me, but she saw something in me. And it's just like, you saw something in like me, someone who thought that they was like all the way at the bottom, and for people to see something, outside. I expect my mom to see it because, what mom is, well, you do have moms, but like my mom is not going to be like ill to Shelly. I call her my number one cheerleader. But my teachers and professors, certain ones saw things in me. My professor, that my sociology professor, he and I are best of friends, and he sees something in me, or saw, whatever. I have professor from two professors in California, from one of the Marymount school that I graduated from. I'm cool with them. Like, why in the world am I cool with my professors? I don't know, but you know, um, the company that I keep around me now is positive. You're gonna see me.
Look, a lot
You're
of
gonna
work has
see.
to be done, but let me tell you, Tina has, of course, wished you happy birthday. She
Thank you,
says,
Tina.
recognizing self-worth is important to survive unhealthy relationships. You are amazing. Michelle, Shelley, sweetie, love. Maybe she wrote the comment before Professor Edison came up there. Then Francis Bell is saying, great conversation, Shelley. Everything is interesting. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Francis is he is such a kind person. I'm so grateful to have met him, and it was through LinkedIn. I'm not even sure it wasn't through you. I'm not even
No,
sure how
you were the one who introduced him
I
to me.
brought him to
Yeah.
you. Okay. I don't even remember how we met, but I am just so grateful, to the people all around, that have embraced me, that have reached out to me, that I've met, that if I wasn't in this position, if I wasn't in this mindset, I would not know. I would not have ever been introduced to these people, and you and Francis, are amongst those people, and it's just so welcoming. It's so, like, I sit and I talk to a justice in Barbados. Like, you would have
Okay.
never told me 30 years ago that that's where I would, that the seat that I would sit in today. You would never have told me 30 years ago that I would have 4 degrees. You would, or sit here on this platform and even be able to talk to you, or to be able to see my mom smile at me graduating twice from a school that I always wanted to go to. You would have never told me that I'd have been in these shoes now. And
Yeah,
I am.
yeah, life changes, things happen, and you just have to let it happen to you. But with Francis, what is happening is on the 13th, we're launching the Natural Disaster Mediation Circle. So that's happening.
Yes.
Lots of mediation circles are coming up next month. So, and any circle that you think needs to be created, we'll create those. Now, for the next month or two, it's about creating circles. Let's plant those seeds
That's
out there.
good. That's good. I have some different suggestions.
Yes, so you have to give those suggestions, and we have to get look. Work on the ground has to happen. Shelley, all those things that you really want to do, there is so much that actually needs to be done, and it's just maybe it's not putting all your time. Definitely Professor Edison and all the other work and everything that you're doing needs your time, but I think a little bit you have to take out, and let's create these circles down at schools.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just one school, create it there. And if we can get those some people together who can have those conversations, it would really help some children who really don't have anyone to talk to. And
I
a
agree.
lot of those things that they just keep within themselves, they'll find out, no, a lot of everyone else maybe is going through the same thing and no one's talking about it. So we just have to get those children together at schools and colleges and all that. So I think there's lots of work there to be done.
That's definitely true, because even like when I say I just wanted somebody to talk to, or in the school system outside of your home, people need to see, to feel worth outside of the household too, because the society can break you down. And when you are in school, like I I I I search for someone to say, let me help you, let me take you under your wing. But nobody did that in high school. I got it once I got into college. But just think, if I wasn't introduced, like, electives are very important. My elective is what helped mold me into what I am today. Just me taking that sociology class. And at first, the professor, who I adore, my first day, I was like, I'm not staying in this class. I'm getting out of this class. I do not like his attitude. I'm like, mm-mm, it's not going to work, because I knew we were going to clash. And it's so crazy that of course I didn't drop the class, but the way he teaches is kind of similar to the way that I teach. And I think he has just a lot of passion to teaching, and he taught me a lot, like with the Holocaust. He's Jewish, but I also took classes, additional classes with him, and I learned more about the Holocaust. But that also helped me to understand that culture. But then I looked at my culture and slavery, and just how the Jewish people were looked at as worthless, but the slaves was looked at as property, that could make money for people, But the goal was for the Jewish community was to exterminate. They didn't want to exterminate the black people. They'll beat you. They'll do all kind of different things to make you afraid, and but to keep you in place. The goal wasn't to sit there and just kill you. They wanted to okay. When I say the goal wasn't to kill you, let me just make it clear. I do understand that there was death and different things like that, but I'm just talking about the value in having that black worker. Okay. Um, and at first I didn't even respect that. I didn't understand, you know, um, even different parts of my own culture. He helped me understand it. It made me dive deeper into reading more and learning more about my culture, and understanding why my culture um, thinks the way they do, behaves the way they do. I understand more. And mad respect to him for helping me open my eyes. And that's just from an elective. You have so many kids that will go to college, and they'll do general studies. They're getting a degree in general studies, but these elective courses can help change the course of their lives. So I got that. I minored in sociology, and then initially I wanted to get my bachelor's in sociology. And I had a different colleges accept me with scholarships and everything for sociology, but the one that I chose to go to was in Silicon Valley, and I had a full scholarship with them, and that was cool. But then when I looked up how much it costs to live out there, it's crazy, and so that's why I just picked LA instead of San Francisco. Um, but the college that I got accepted to in LA, they didn't have a sociology. So I said, well, let me just go ahead and do psychology, even though I was skeptical, because I'm like, psychology in my mind, I was like, they're a label. All they do is label every people, in sociology, I was taught against labeling. We just looked at the person as an individual. But psychology helped me understand. the other side, that neurological side. And I love that, so that just helped, that broadened, my mind span and my way of thinking on a different level. Then turn around and I got accepted into Pepperdine. And initially I wanted to do the dispute resolution program. And they told me, no, your background and your work, we want to put you in the legal studies background. So I was in the program. And so I was like, okay. So that was disappointing to me. But that program was perfect for me. And I love it. It taught me so many different things about the law. I met a lot of different people, whether they were lawyers, judges, because the program also, some of the classes was for people who was in the LLM program. So you had to be a lawyer for that. And so then I was able to, you had to have I think 3.5 GPA to, I think, to be able to do a dual program. And so, of course, I had a 3.5 and higher GPA. So I was able to do the dual program, and that was the dispute resolution. So that put me, that's the stepping stones that put me where I am as far as ADR goes. And it all just goes together. But it's just like, who would have thought that this is the path? So Pepperdine saw something in me that which is why they put me in that law program first. And it was a foundation that I needed. You never know your path.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. So now, now that message to that high school girl, what is the message going out there today? What you're going to say to your high school self? There are lots of Shellys out there in high school today who
It is.
definitely need a certain message from you. So
It is. And the one thing that I would tell my high school self is that the pain doesn't last. You grow from your pain. Use your pain as your power. And I will let my younger self know that you are somebody, and you're going to not only become somebody for yourself, but to society as well. You are not a product of the collateral consequences that you were, whether it was inherently put into or just environmentally exposed to. You are something. You are somebody. You are more than all of the wrongs that you've done. Just I would just like pump myself up just to trust the process of pain, learning, and growth. And it's hard to say trust the process of pain, because it's like, you know, I hurt still. I hurt now. And that's why I didn't want to do this with you. I was skeptical. It was things that I knew that I could say, didn't want to say, couldn't say. And I've held back. But
you haven't
I
said
told
everything that you wanted to say.
I didn't say everything that I wanted to say. No.
There is enough time, Shelly. We still have time. You can say what you wanted to say.
No, it's no. No, I said enough
No, well, it's
of
important that there are people out there who need that from you, because you've been able to come out of something which people might be living through. And that's the hope. And change starts with hope, is what you say. So give them hope. And hope comes from knowing that, yes, there is the other side. And there is this.
well, yeah, hope comes from belief. And because my youngest son, he says, "Mommy, you should change the name to change starts with belief," because hope is it's a word that is so powerfully disturbing. A person can have hope for something and it never come. The system tells you to hope for change. It'll be fine. You'll be okay. We always are told to hope for something. But if I believe it, then I believe that it can occur. So I'm changing. I'm adding a slogan to the change starts with hope, and then it's going to be something ellipses, and then something with belief, because you have to have the two put together, because we can hope all day long. I hoped my dad would stop beating my mother. It didn't happen right away. It did not happen. It just got worse. I hope my dad stopped beating me. It didn't happen. Seemed like he enjoyed doing it. It was like, you know, but I had to, you have to go through the processes of life, which includes different pain. Nothing is going to be happy all the time. And I believe that because I've lived through that. You know, I think that for all the Shelleys out there, for all the Shaquitas and Shalitas out there, pain is your pain is a devil, but pain is also your power. And I used all of my pains, all of the things that hurt me, you know, whether it's the way the kid's father treated them, you know, it just made me stronger into showing them what love looks like. You know, I I always would see things like on Father's Day, my friends, if they were friends, the different girls that I would hang out with when I was younger, they would say, "Well, Happy Father's Day, girl," to because you're doing them both. No, you're not. I have the role of a mother because it's the gender of parent, you know, and the for mother and father is just the gender breakdown of the word parent. That's how I look at it. No, my kids do not have a father. They don't, but they have a mother, and I am a parent, and I'm not trying to be their dad. It's nothing. I'm not a man. I can't teach them what, you know, their dad may teach them as far as a man thing or whatever. But the one thing that I can teach them is love, and how special they are, and I teach them how to have a good heart, how to treat people properly, nicely, just to have respect for themselves and other people, be God fearing. I teach them all of those things, and that's not about a gender. That's just me as a parent doing my job, you know, for my kids. So it's okay. So for all those Shelleys, I would just trust the process, endure the pain because it doesn't last for long. You know, it lingers on your soul, I think, but it gives you a different type of strength. I'm not a weak person at all.
That's amazing. I mean, just the fact that you actually brought both of them up on your own and everything while you're still bringing yourself up. I mean, so all that happening, the two children also bringing them up with you, and to be
Mm-hmm.
able to be positive in terms of course, whatever changes have happened and everything. I think that's an amazing journey, and it's still going on. Shelley, it's just
Mm-hmm.
still going on. So it's an amazing journey to be able to go through all that. I think, yeah.
You're so right about that. I did bring them up um, while I was still growing. It's the good part of being a young parent, I guess. you know,
Yeah.
we grew together, and I was able to do, like, even now I'm able to do things with them to, you know, it's not like there, of course there are limits. Like I said, I tumbled down a hill on a skateboard, but I think I think I'm young at heart. I think that's just me. So we definitely grew up together, and I just feel bad sometimes that whatever I put them through as far as suffering, you know, anything that I did, you know, it's it hurts me that my youngest doesn't have a father. It does, and that's my fault. He didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask for him to be here. But that hurts, and so, you know, I do apologize to him for that, you know, because he has a level of brokenness because of that. And I see it. When my oldest son was planned and everything, and like I'm a child sitting there planning, you know, to have a kid. And but I apologize to him. If you're watching, Marlo, I'm sorry, you know, and I think that all of the young people, you know, what you want today is not good for you tomorrow, and it's not good for the people. I always consider the collateral consequences of every action that I do, and who and what I was yesterday can be damaging to the collateral consequences, and one of those collateral consequences is my son, my oldest son. And it's not fair that he and I, we had to grow up together, that growth process. Um, and he's seen or experienced the worst of me and all of that, so I apologize, Marlo.
So
He
he
didn't get it all.
understands. I'm sure he understands. He understands. He's a
Yeah, but
mature, mature kid. He knows.
that he is me. He is the beginning of of Sweetie. He is why I am anything today. Yes, my mom, but my kids. And then I cannot leave out my furry son. Okay. My prince. And my prince, he passed away, but a lot of people, they do not understand the value of having a dog or any type of people that you can call him pet, but he was my family member. I call him my furry son. And he passed away during COVID time. I couldn't save him. I tried to save him, but I couldn't. But uh, he gave unconditional love no matter what. I had all of those years since he was a baby. I had him 11 and a half years. And that was another type of love that I had not experienced, not even with my kids. My kids are mouthy, they're humans, so they have opinions and everything. My furry son, all he wanted was to cuddle and give me love. So when he passed, that was a huge hole in my heart, because that was, now you got to remember, I'm a love person. And so that love was taken away from me. And,
Well, that's a
so
tough one. Yeah, that's a really tough one because
that,
someone's a part of your life on an everyday basis, always there for you whenever you want to,
unconditionally.
unconditionally. Yeah.
So, and I guess I took it, not I guess, I know I took it extremely hard, and I felt alone because it was kind of like, it's sad to say the word embarrassing to display the grief. And the psychology me was like, Shelly, you're going downhill. You're beyond the stages of grief. You're going into the state that I was in depression. I was depressed. And I was going to school, we're in COVID. I couldn't go home. It was just like you're stuck. And my norm was changed. My norm is to get up, take him for his walk, feed him, it was just, I'm a norms person. And then, he would sit in my classes with me, and everything just, my whole world just rocked, and that was like probably one of the lowest points. And that's when I probably realized, and it's crazy because I was doing grief sessions with people because it was during COVID time. But that's when I realized a different level of brokenness in me. And when you lose control of your emotions, that that is really bad. It's a, I cannot, I feel for people that go through that, and because you feel like you can't be helped. Grief is horrible. It's actually, it's horrible. And so with him, with my furry son passing, my brother-in-law passed, and my furry son passed, my grandma recently passed, um, and I'm going through all of these different things during school. So, and COVID, um, it was very difficult. But I think that my biggest issue with dealing with those things was my knowledge of psychology, because I kept diagnosing myself, and I kept seeing the issues that was in myself, and I was trying to hide it, and you know
Yeah, but tell me something. Have you ever, I mean, had a conversation with your mother about what she went through? What is she going through today? Has that, is that all past, or is she, what does she live through? Because she's, of course, seen things which are, I mean, gone
My
through things.
mom, we talk so much. We talk about everything under the sun. We have a schedule of when we talk on the phone. So we talk about everything. Um, my mom is such a positive person, and we do discuss some of the things. We'll go back and discuss the things that happened in the past, and she will talk about it. But then I think it's triggering, because it's such a down conversation. Like it's hard for me to talk about it, and because just through the experience, just the visual part, just being able to see it. But for her, going through it, she was actually, the one that was suffering through it. I we do talk about it, and you know she's so strong. For me, nobody is stronger than my mom. And it's just like, she seems healthier than me. She's healthier than I am. I don't know how she does it all, but she still works and everything. If I need anything, she is there. She's the kid's father. She does everything. My oldest son, he lives with her. He calls her Ma, and I'm like, I'm Ma. But it's just my kids adore her, and I adore my mother. Like, I don't even have words, and my vocabulary is grand, but I don't even have the words to express my love for her. So we'll talk about the past, but then it's a trigger and it's so negative, then we'll just stop.
Yeah. Well, as long as she has that conversation, it's not that something she's keeping inside her and not letting out. At least all that is,
No,
yeah.
no, she doesn't keep it inside. My mom is very vocal. She's a she's a sassy one. We call her Sassy Helen because she is so sassy. But no, my mom, and if she is holding anything in, and I'm sure she has, because that's human nature, But I think that sometimes she may hold stuff in her life. I know that she holds things in. And so right now, like my oldest son, he says, when you talk to mama, just try to say positive things to her. Let's have positive conversations, because she hears so much negativity all the time, and it's always nice to hear good things. So um, I try to be positive, but sometimes we'll discuss drama, and we call it, giving tea. That's what we call it. And so but then I talk about, she's my ear to talk about things that's happening in the world and in the justice system. And like, I'll cry to her a lot. She's because I'm just like, I'm in this field, and it just seems like the world is against ADR, and stuff like that. So I'll cry to her a lot about different things like that. She's just my mom is my pillow, but she's good, I think. She's
Sure.
strong.
Yeah, sure. But let me tell you, what about poetry? Now you said, what about that love for poetry? Has that translated into writing some?
I stopped writing. I do my best work when I'm hurting, but the last time I wrote something was for my grandma, and I spoke at her funeral. And so I did that. I spoke at my grandfather's funeral. That was years ago, but so it was like only right that I had to, write something for my grandma also. But now I'm not into it as much. If I'm hurting, I can do it.
Okay, so we don't
But
want you to write. We don't want you to write. I think, yeah, okay, it's good.
nah,
Good that you don't write. That's what we have
no,
to.
I don't. Yeah, if you see me sitting down writing, doing my poetry, 9 times, 10 times out of 10, I'm hurting.
Yeah. So yeah, so we have
So,
to immediately have a conversation with you. What's happening, Shelley? What's happening with your life? So poetry is going to be the one the indicator, or just
but it's good because you're putting your feelings out on paper instead of holding it in. So it is good, but it is an indicator that something's going on.
okay, good. So, okay, so that's not happening now. You've got into the nice positive frame of mind. So good things are
I
coming. Good things are
like
coming.
clear mindset right now. everything is just clear for me. My focus is my kids, my growth, my work. You know, that's my focus.
Kids are grown up. Kids are grown up now. They're taking care of themselves.
Still my kids. They're always going to be my kids. They're my babies. They're an extension of me. And I'm forever responsible. I worry every day. You know, it's hard being 2,800 miles away from, you know, your family. My son is on one coast and I'm on this coast, my oldest son. So I have a tracker on my phone. So thank goodness he shared his location. So I'm always like looking and seeing where he is. Like, I wonder where he is right now. Because I don't know if
call them into the thing. We should have called them into the Zoom session.
Where is he at? Oh, he's driving. And I'll sit and I'll just watch him drive. I was going to call my mom to come into this session. She's at work right now. And she was, I wonder if she would come. Mommy, will you come on just to say hello and meet the people? You got to send me the Zoom link. What do I send her?
You've got the Zoom link?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Let me see if she comes in. She'll say, Shelly.
Nikita, what's she going to call you?
She'll Shelly.
That's a nice thing, actually. You should have called though.
I was going to. Let's see if she come. Because she is yeah, my son is driving to work right now, but he did send me a happy birthday and he sent me all the balloon things. And let's call her. Let's call her.
So what is Titina saying? Thank you, Shelly. Thank you for being brave enough to share your story. It is so important for women who have been in unhealthy relationships to understand their worth. Inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
Look, that's the point. Be inspiring.
Oh, my mom says she's coming in.
Yeah,
so,
good.
All right, just okay, just briefly. Okay, bye-bye.
So basically, Tina is also saying, keep manifesting your dreams. I can relate to some of your life experiences. Of course, thanks, Vikram. Never lose hope, believe. So Helen is here now.
All righty. Everyone calls my mom, Mama. Like all of my friends, everybody, they just call her Mama. I'm telling you, she's just such a sweetest person.
She is Mama for everyone.
She is Mama to everybody. It's like
Mama's there. She's listening to us. Mama, you want to put on your video? You want to say hi to us?
I'm on, but I'm trying to. Can you? Am I visible?
No, you're not. So click on. I don't see her. I
don't see this meeting is being recorded, and then I see. Okay, let me get that.
Go on the bottom left-hand corner, and you will see your speaker where you
oh, I see. Leave meeting. Got it.
On the other side, yeah. On the other side, yeah. On the video part.
You'll see a camera. Click on your camera.
Right.
Click it on.
Oh, okay. I see.
No, touch it.
I did.
But you didn't.
Wow.
Mommy, what do you see?
I see you. I see a report left-hand side. I hear. And
you see the mic, and next to the mic you see a little video, that the camera there. Just one click on that. That's all we need.
And take your ear things off, because your ear thing is going out.
Okay. You know I'm at work. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We would like to see
see
you also. Yes.
Okay, tell me how to click in again, because I hit the record on the left-hand side, but
You- Let me see.
Let me look at it. Okay.
no, don't forget it. The cop out.
No, I said let me look. I'm not
Okay.
I don't copy
I see
nothing.
live. I see YouTube live. I see
Okay.
you.
At the
All
bottom,
right,
at
no,
the bottom.
look at the bottom. The
Okay.
bottom of the bottom of your screen and
Mhm.
look to um look to the bottom part of left. When you're looking at the screen, it's the bottom left. And you'll see
Okay.
first is the speaker part, and you'll be able to mute it. That allows you to speak. And then
Yeah. You'll see this little camera there.
oh, there, thank you. Okay, you see where it reads stop video?
This part. You have something like this there. Can you see that, Helen? Mama, can you see the screen on the screen? This little thing here.
Are you still there, Mama?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Okay.
did you see
Now, when I
Michelle?
hit start, when I
Yes.
see
Hit
start
that.
video, I
Hit it.
did, and it won't go off. It won't. It says unable to access camera. Allow Zoom.
Allow. Yeah. Allow.
Okay,
Allow
and
that.
I said okay, and I did that,
And then
Are
it's
you on? Okay.
and I did that. Unable.
okay. So basically, it's a
Okay.
permissions thing. The app needs permission to start the camera, and that
You-
permission, some issues there.
Oh,
We've been updating the phones and stuff like that, and so it might be
So,
because something that you hit.
so
Well,
Mama, did you heard our conversation?
every bit,
Oh goodness.
every bit, on point. I'm all good.
So now,
What was
only thing.
the point?
So
Now,
base.
no, but
So
you
what
heard
question?
Shelly. But you heard Shelly now. What
Absolutely.
about Shakita? What about Shakita? Was Shakita here or Shakita wasn't here?
She not there yet.
That's
She's
the
not
one we
there
wanted.
yet. Oh no, that would take something. That would take a situation.
Okay.
Yes,
But Shakita is still there. But Shakita is there somewhere.
She's in there. Oh yeah, she's in there. She's there. She's there right beside herself. It only takes a situation. It only takes a situation.
No, she's
You know.
changing. No, Shelly is changing now. She does. It's a little more difficult to get Shakita out, I think.
Oh no, that's not difficult.
No.
She's
still,
not difficult. No, nobody, none of them are difficult. They are always there. It just all depends on the situation. It's like putting on clothes. You know, you change, you may put on a red dress, you may put on a pink dress, a white dress. It all depends. Or the situation. If someone comes into the door, if her son comes through that door with something, my nose is bleeding, I can't see, something drastic, the other one will come out. It all depends. And we all do that. We all face those situations and put on a change. We have many hats, and that's all right. Where some people break down and say, oh, you know, if you go into cardiac arrest or something like that, you got some of the staff will not perform. You know, I could get right in it and get started. You know, you would want a person like Shelly to be there if you go into cardiac arrest. So you have to learn how to master situations, whatever it is. So, like she was saying, her boys keep her in check. Well, they control her mindset also. She's blessed to have two young men that have that mindset to be able to know her to do that. And that's a good thing. Because with some parents don't have children to check them. But, you know, we appreciate each other and we check each other, and we have respect and listening. A listener is very important. I learned that from my dad. And you should listen before you speak, because sometimes you assume things that's not even current or happening. So it's good to be a listener and then make an educated guess. And her boys listen. They know when she's going into Shaquita. They know when she's going into Shalita. They know all of those things. They know love. They know all of those. And it's okay. They don't have names. They don't have those names. But Shelly does. And my other kids, they have, as well as she says she's broke, they are too. So I have had to work on them as well as her. Their brokenness is so much similar, and they try very hard to help each other, but they clash with each other also because of the brokenness. They are broke. And the older that they have gotten, I see it even more. And that's where my growth is coming. I did not know that I was going to have to go here. I didn't know. I thought that as children it was over, especially when the breakup and when I literally was able to run from their dad. I thought it was over, but his situation, as far as I know, is over. But now it's the healing for the girls, and it's very important as children to acknowledge that. And if you have to break away from an environment or people in the family or just your state in which you live, you have to go, because in the long run, down the line, it does cause damage. And they all four are broken, all four, and it's worse. The oldest, and then Shelly, and down the line. The younger ones is better because of memory, but the two older ones is the worst.
But at least
Extreme.
But at least Shelley has kind of, come to terms with that, and she's accepted that, and she's taken that as a strength, and to a certain extent, taken it as a strength, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah. And I told her, I said, her getting away from Baltimore and being surrounded by people that look for her to do for them all the time. I said, you need to do you. The kids will get theirs. By you doing yourself, your kids will get it. They're going to understand, but this is your time to do you. Yeah. You don't, I've always motivated them for education. I always felt like my kids were intelligent, but it was the people that they were around that pulled them down. And being full girls, nice looking girls, and you have a lot of jealousy and just trouble. So I needed to help be a backbone motivator and work with all four of them. So everything Shelley's saying is true. And it's more. She didn't give it. She didn't throw it on the line. I don't think this is a that kind of session, but it's so much that and it's still going on, that I sometimes I need help.
I didn't want to. I knew that it was things that I could touch on, but I limited. I didn't want, because things are still continuing. I didn't or could still spark a flame. I didn't want to spark a flame,
Mm-hmm.
But Mama, where do you get your strength from?
God. I always pray. And because I never, I don't, I don't, I never gotten any support to me. Now I have family, but mine is deeper than just as an adult. Mine is from a child too. So sometimes it's very important to listen to children, watch the child, and because it's deeper. And as they are become adults, you have a mess of a product that needs that mold was messed up a long time ago. But when that child is able to branch off and recognize that that he or she has uh, limitations with socialization, whether it's on the job, whether it's your neighbors in the church, school, when once they realize that and they are still able to survive and pick something that they like doing, then you go, that's kind of like a bandage of survival, and they are able to function. So you must do something that you love. Don't pick and you have to limit yourself of being around negative people. And then as a woman, as she gets older, she changes medically, hormones and it changes. And you don't understand who and what and why you who you are because of that. So if you are not medically intact with your own body, then you won't even understand your own self. So as they have grown and they've left the 20s, and when they went into the 30s, I knew where they were. And I said, okay, this is happening to you. You need to do dot, 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 you need to work on this. And then I tell them, medical things now that they're in those 40s, I said, now you have to look at your body system because you're making decisions that is not rational, So I look at things on a medical status, and it helps with the psychological. Um, and I read as a child, I learned a lot on my own because anything I wanted to know, I would go to the library and get books and stay in the library. I had to be home before dark, and I would read on that topic because it was, you don't ask certain personal things. I'm from a family of girls too, and certain things I didn't ask. So I was embarrassed, or they'll say, "What girl? What do you want to know that for? You too young to be looking into, But I was inquisitive and I wanted to know, so I would read. So as I grew, anything I want to know, I've learned to do research, and I don't listen to other people. I don't ask no girlfriend or get no one's approval. I go to the source itself. And so that's where she's getting a lot of this, because the he say, she say will have your brain and your mind so messed up because that individual is going by what they feel.
Their culture.
Not, yeah. And so I don't go asking any old body a situation. I must ask, review it, research it, and then I come up with my own conclusion. So I hope that helps. I didn't mean to go on and on, but I am very well aware and I did make many mistakes. And the one thing and I love education, and I had prior to their dad, a good career that I could have, should have pursued, but love is love, and I thought I was. And then I had to pray on that one to get out of that thing, because that was a mess. I had no idea that my life was going to make a change in those years. But I'm grateful for my girls, and I appreciate the journey. I wouldn't have it any other way. you know, I appreciate all four, and I appreciate my grands. It's harder teaching the grands because this generation is a little different, but I hope that they all know that they have a loving grandmother.
No, it's
Hey,
been good
Mama.
for them. I think it's been important for them to have you. I think it's yeah, I think
Mama, what does this picture mean to you?
Oh man, that's accomplishment. We did it, you know. I can't believe it. Hey, look at us now. Randallstown High School. Yeah, it's all about, you know, she did it, you know, the education, the pain, the endurance, you did it.
yeah.
Holding that certificate is
Mama,
a big deal.
that's not a certificate. That is a degree.
Degree then, excuse me. See what I'm saying? See, they check you, you know, but it's all good. I don't have no thin skin. So when they check me, I'm
No.
good.
No.
Because I learn. And if you know what? And if I don't know something, I'll say it. I say, I don't know what you're talking about. Research that one.
That's where I say is power in your pain. You have thick skin because you develop power in any type of pain that you've gone through. What's this picture mean, Mama?
I wish I could get up there. But yeah, that's proud. I'm very proud to lean on that wall.
And I think it's important for Shelley to obviously send a message out for those young Shelleys out there that yes, there is a journey, there's a path available, and you can actually take that. Not to lose hope. Of course, from hope, she's moved to belief. Have belief. So now it's not change starts with hope. Change starts with belief. She's changing all that. The whole branding is going to change now, Shelley.
Now, Shelley, you're gonna have to reach back and grab somebody, pull them in, and pull them up with you.
That's my steps. I want to have other Shelleys. A part of change starts with hope and belief, and just so I could help mold them and mentor them, in their education process. Now, when I was at Marymount and Pepperdine, I was a student ambassador, and I would mentor my advisor connected me with other students that were like me, but they were, of course, they're a little younger than me, and that were troubled. And so if we would talk to them and work through, we would just discuss like solutions and different things like that could help with completing school, just discussing your trials and tribulations. And so that was nice that I was able to do that sometimes, but I really want to pull young people in. That's one of my really want to do.
That's powerful. Yeah.
You're powerful, Mama.
Well, I thank you. Just trying to be me, you know.
You ain't trying, you just doing.
I just do it. That's right.
There's so much work that I want Shelley to do in terms of these mediation circles that I'm creating in schools and colleges, but she's too busy a woman to find time for that. Shelley, you have to find time. So those young people need you.
Fine, it's there. I'm not too busy.
Yeah, just go ahead on and pinpoint her, and she will provide. Yeah. Just go ahead on and commit that you if you wanna, then you take her.
So I mean, she's someone who has to be out there. These children have someone to connect with. That's one, of course, a journey, yes, but just the person that she is. I mean,
absolutely
to experience her as a person is what I think is the most important part. And of course, if they know about her journey or not know about it, that's the secondary thing. First thing, that there is a person like that they are out there. That is what is the important part.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But of course, Mama, you have to get your permissions to your phone. You give them permission to show you to us also. You have to give your.
You know what? Really, actually, I am at work. They don't think I have a job, but I do. It's just that my last two patients have not shown up. and I'm on their Wi-Fi, so it may be a
Oh, it may
glitch,
be
you know, theirs. So that may be the situation. But I'm just grateful that I was able to tap in and see and listen. I've been on from the very beginning, and it's just unfortunate that, but the pictures speak for itself that she put up, and it works. My next one isn't due until what, 15 minutes from now, so I'm good, and he's always on time.
Oh, then you're good timing. Okay.
Yeah,
But
very good time.
but Mama, you can maybe in that much time you can tell us a little bit about how you've seen Shelley, I mean Michelle, Shelley, Sweetie Love, Shikita, Shanita, all that happening over these years. What have you really noticed in her, or in that journey of hers that you've been part of? What
Mm.
have you?
The actually the journey has been all that I, some of all that I've prayed for. She has shown that it can be done. From the very beginning, when she said that she wanted to go to California, um, I was a little skeptical, but the fact that she, got the scholarships, and she pursued and did it right, I was okay with things. The key was relocating and moving everything, furniture, everything, from Baltimore to California, driving cross country with the car, and then her oldest son uh, in the van U-Haul, and with all of the everything assets that they had. I was like, this way across the globe. I'm like, it was rough. So I was on the phone with them through that journey, and once it began to get dark, they hotel to hotel. I think it took like 3 days or so,
Wow.
but I couldn't. I mean, and then as soon as she got there, that next day, or yeah, I think either that day or that next day, she had to be at school, um, and hadn't even unpacked the trunk. So it was a panic. So that's self-determination. Things can happen and it can be done. When you don't think, life is coming your way, I said it had to be, this way. It could not have been any other way. And because of everybody needs support. A lot of parents don't want their kids to go, and we try to hold them down and keep them. But I've learned that, in my life now, that when it's time for them to go, they can go. As long as who they're going with, how they're going it makes sense. The money, I forgot I took out, so I knew it wasn't going to be, you just can't go cross country with $20. I knew that gas was going to be up there, and did the research, and I'm like, yo, you guys gonna need a lot more money. So forgot how much money I took out a loan, and got like maybe about $8,000 or something.
I think you gave me
I gave
10,000.
Gave you 10, and to get them on their feet, and pay for the apartment, and pay for driving and hotels, and
the whole process, the whole move was like $20,000. It was it was not a
no, it's
cheap.
not no, but it was the only way if you're going to take your assets, because they was not going to sleep on the floor. So the journey itself have been good. I took on, more work, more jobs, which is no big deal to me. I've always worked. They know that since they were little, and um, I would send money and pay this, pay for that, make sure she had food, and
school is a sacrifice.
yeah.
It was like it just changed everything.
And to drive to Marymount every day, is money in California. That the gas was high. I had to make sure she had that. So I was still taking care of her and James, although they were living in, so anything I wanted extra, I picked up more hours at work, got another job. So I worked from Monday to Sunday. I didn't have a day off for years. My job, he just asked me, do I want more work? What could we do to do a 12-hour shift? Like, I'm the lead, I'm the one that you shouldn't be asking, because I'm the one that already stay late. But sometimes you just have to work it out that way, and for your kids, and they're never too old. I learned that from my mom and dad. We were never too old, and they always supported and helped us and motivated us. So I learned those things, and I helped them with their cars. I bought them cars, and helped out with their rent, for their apartment, and clothing, gas, food, you name it. It's I got so many extended families with my kids and their husbands, that was my son-in-law, supported and helped him through his journey of illness. And I'm good. I'm good. I have a lot to be thankful for. To still have health and strength, still be able to work, and still love doing what I do. And I think family is everything. So if we could instill into people more family support, I think that would be good. But her journey, she's understanding, she's seeing it. Sometimes, nature has to see to experience. So that's why I say she's working on her kids. I've seen them change, and maybe she reach down and grab another. I think that would be even better for her soul. So I think all my kids, it's always important to give back, help somebody, pull somebody up, and see what this thing feels like that I feel when I'm helping them and helping others. Financially, as long as a person isn't taking advantage of you, financially, it's okay. And when you give from your heart, don't expect that person to give back, because if they was in that situation, they wouldn't have never needed you anyway. So learn how to be a giver. Be smart, be wise. Don't let people take advantage of you, but explain the situation and the guidelines ahead of time, so there'll be no problems. I expect when she went to California, my expectations was that she get what she went there for. Don't play around with time, money, and because I work too hard for that, and I constantly, motivate. So don't take my kindness for weakness. And that's what she's done. She doesn't take advantage of me. Sometimes I let her have my finance. I say, look, pay this, pay that, because I don't have time. How are you going to take care of finances and work and pay it too? I said, pay this, pay that, order this, order that. Did you do it? Send me the receipt.
I'm her secretary. I do. I pay her bills. I order stuff that she wants. She calls. I do it. I do it all. If she needs anything, if somebody if her if she had some work done on the house and they took her screen door, then she calls me. I'm like, I'm on it, man. And I just get whatever she needs, because the sacrifices that I've made for my life, as far as with education goes, she has taken on that slack, those responsibilities. All of the volunteer work that I do, she'll say, when are you going to get paid for this work? Because I do more volunteer.
Oh.
We can't hear you, Shelly. We can't hear you. You know,
Is she gone?
she's there, but we can't hear her. Shelly, we can't hear you now. What happened? She's lost her voice because she's got emotional now. Yes, Shelly?
Oh,
Okay, we can feel it, Shelly. Whatever you're saying, we can feel it. We can't hear you, but yes, all those words that you were saying.
mhm.
Oh,
She not emotional.
no, she is. She is. She is. She is. Maybe sometimes she doesn't show
There
it.
she go.
What happened, Shelly? Yeah, your computer's also got emotional now. But Mama, I think we need one conversation with you. All that you've gone through and everything, that's also something that
Hmm.
people need to hear. I mean, what you've seen,
Yeah,
what you've got these.
yeah.
Um,
I send thousands every month just to keep them above the water down, in California. Although she gets paid for what, but still, living is still expensive. And I recognize that. And I still have, my finances, but I'm financially able, to hang in there, and I'm afloat. I'm good. Different ones will say, "How do you do it?" And I'm like, it just gets done. I'm not one that likes a lot of fancy things. I have what I want, and I have what I need. If I want something, I go get it. You know, but I'm not about a lot of fancy things. She drives the Lexus, I drive the Honda.
that's what the
But I've
mother.
always I'm a Honda lover. And my plan is to this year get a new car, you know. So I'm good.
But taking care
So
of the kids, I think that's a big thing. I think with her elder son growing up with you, I'm sure that's the value system that he's got. I think that's really good.
hmm
I think
yeah,
that's the
they've
most.
been with me. Yeah, the boys they know me very well. All of my grandkids. It's just not her. My oldest daughter, she has a daughter, and she named her after the baby that I lost, and her name is Terry, and she's grown. And then Hope has two girls and a boy, um, and they respect, and we spend the summer together. So they just not too long ago in August went back home. Um, Cheryl doesn't have kids, so but Cheryl stays with me, and we have a little dog named Coco. Thanks to Shelly, it was a rescue dog. One of her friends or somebody couldn't take care of the puppy and wound up giving it to me. So, but we work together. We talk every day, a couple of times a day, and I call the girls and all of them. So,
No, that you're an important support system for them. I think
right.
that's been. I think that's
Yeah,
been good.
I'll never let go. We won't let go because we know that the need is definitely there. If it's not one of them, it's another that's going through, emotional, mishaps or whatever. But, I'm always there, and I'm a listener first. And then a lot of times, if they need my input, I give it to them. Or if they ask me, I give it to them, you
That's what
know.
mothers are for. That's what mothers are for.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
See.
what you have to do. Tina's here. Tina's mother is not joining us. It's but Tina, you can wish Shelly. You can unmute yourself and Michelle. You can speak to Mama also. She's there up till our next patient comes in.
Hi, Tina.
Yes. Is that
Hi.
show?
This is
Hi.
No, this is Tina.
Oh,
And hi, Miss Helen.
hello,
Happy
Tina. How
birthday.
you? Shelly.
happy
Shelly is her.
happy birthday, Shelley.
Thank you.
I'm so inspired. And Miss Helen, I love this you sharing your journey and sharing your life experiences. Shelley, I love how much you've grown and that you're brave enough to share what you've gone through in this life with all of us here. That's really special. I hope you're really proud of yourself. I really do.
I'm proud of my growth. I think that when you recognize growth in yourself, that's another level of power and appreciation for yourself, because when you feel like your worth is zero,
Mhm.
that's a really bad feeling. And especially, in the world that we're in, of mediation, conflict resolution, we see people that are often at their lowest points, or close to their lowest points. They feel their worth is nothing, especially when they're on that side where the chances of the situation is just like more geared towards the negative aspects of their lives and everything. And so it's hard for us to see worth when we are just, that feeling inside is just brokenness. It's like, it is what it is. It's just how it is. So recognizing my self-worth and recognizing my brokenness and just having a positive support system, which is, of course, it always started with my mom. And then having kids, it's them also. That's important. But even with a strong support system, we still can have brokenness, and we can still display our brokenness in our actions. So, when we're dealing with mediations and different forms of conflict resolution and ADR practices, I always think about myself, and then I'm like, if I could do it, if my mom could get through things, if we all can, then I say you can too. I'm always that person that says you can too. I tell my students, make your pain your power, because you got to get through it, because it's only one way, and that's through. And we can't just
Mhm.
say, "Well, I'm not gonna go through it." You have to. That's the only way to get to the other side, is by going through it. And that's why welcoming our pains, and I don't mean, of course, I didn't like, seeing my mom being beat. That's a pain that's just ridiculous when you think about saying, "Oh, just accept that." No, but what I am going to say is welcome that experience. And so I know what to look for in a man. I also know what to teach my boys, and I am able to recognize in situation of conflict resolution things that my mom, the things that she went through, things that I visually experienced. And also when I work with children, things that I went through, I'm able to see what they're feeling, understand the behaviors. And often we have to say, even for adults, they are stuck in their childhood pain. And that can
Mhm.
often define why their behaviors are the way they are. So if I snap, it's not that Michelle, Professor Edison wants to snap on you. It's not that. It's just I'm also a product of my pain, a product of my environment. And I am also, I'm working on it. It's just, and so we have to live in a world where we are taught proper ways to address conflicts. And that was one of my main things that I wanted to address with Vikram with this is the journey of pain and inability to move through conflicts properly according to society, and but also properly for myself, so I could develop and grow for me. That was important for me to explain and express during this session. I hope I did. I hope so.
Um, Definitely, there's lots more that Shelley will share with us as she goes along. This much is how much she wanted to share right now. There's lots more coming, Tina. But Tina wants to say something. Yes, Tina, please.
Uh, well, one of the things that has become very apparent to me is how much I can relate to your story, your life story. And for me, I've always rejected the notion that I'm a product of my environment. I grew up in a very violent home with my father addicted to alcohol, my mother addicted to prescription opiates to try to deal with the abuse. And so had a session not too long ago, and it was just really, in a way, cathartic. Just understanding that if something happens to the mother cannot mother under those type of hostile conditions, under those horrific conditions of being a victim of abuse. And we all know that the cycle of abuse and trauma is generational. So I was having a conversation with my mom, and I was talking about a story my dad told me when I was a little girl, that he had was walking down a dirt road, and his father rode past him while he was in that blazing sun and didn't acknowledge him. So in a way, I think for me, generational pain, the cycle continues, and it just continues. So what I loved about your story, Michelle, is it stopped with you. That when how you are dealing with things is recognizing the trauma and having a wonderful support system, beautiful support system that you have. And that is possible to heal and succeed and be successful and a happy human being. I think that's so inspiring that you shared with such honesty today. You're so brave. I have not done that. But then I'm getting to the point I'm like, sharing bits and pieces there, because I've always felt that notion, a product of my environment. So I did everything possible to think of to try not to be, but as I've been thinking about things, how could you not be a product of your environment? Because that's where you began. That's where everything you learned, everything you've experienced starts there in the home that you grew up in. So I just think you're so brave today. So I'm getting there, not there yet. To be able to share on this level, I'm getting there, but I just have been so engaged listening to you. Go ahead. Thank you.
We can work together.
Thank you, Vikram.
It is a process, and a lot of times I've realized when you talk to someone else that's just like you, I don't want to focus on confirmation biases, but it does help pull out different parts and acknowledging your triggers, acknowledging your brokenness as you work towards healing. Not confirmation bias. I'm not, this happened, and so that's supposed to happen. I don't do that, but I look at the commonalities and to work towards change all the time.
What do they say? Shelley, you can see just the fact that you shared what you about yourself. Tina at least has come out. There's lots more that she would want to also talk about, but at least she's come out. At least so this is in a way inspiration to talk about yourself.
Isn't it cathartic that we should land in conflict resolution world where we are now? And I'm not afraid of conflict. That's one thing that I learned from growing up in a conflicted home. I'm more willing to intervene and try to help in conflict, which is ironic. I was like, hey, I've seen this before, I've heard this before, I'm willing to step inside that fire, step in the ring, and maybe dodge some punches to try to help someone with their conflict. So I hear you, self-reflecting and that reflective practice, like Michael Lang has taught us. And I just think it's wonderful to see the growth that you've had. And I just commend you for being so open today. And I'm inspired by you. So I wanted to let you know that. Thank you. Thank you, Vikram, for always having this space. It's always an opportunity for us to just, share, because there may be someone else going through the same thing. And I know that what you've seen with your mother, I've experienced. And there's more women going through right now as we speak. So thanks, Vikram, for this space too. Thanks, Miss Helen.
Why Miss
Oh, you're
Helen? Mama.
welcome.
That's
Thank you.
Mama. That's Mama. It's not
Okay.
Miss Helen. We don't allow you.
Mama Helen.
Mama. Oh, it's okay. No, just the fact that, look, that's important. But Mama also talking about her. I mean, the strength that she has, because obviously.
I'll be back. My patient just came.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Push mute.
Ah, yes. I'll mute her. I'll mute her.
Yeah, mute.
Yeah. So I think these conversations, I think, are important. I think that's what the whole idea was, that let's talk about things, which is what is missing, and which is why I was saying that those spaces have to be created, and that's why those, I mean, of course, calling them mediation circles, but the idea is that people can get together and have those conversations, which they're not having, and having with them with the right people. I mean, it's there, the people that they've chosen to be part of that circle. I think that's something that is missing, and I think it's important. I think the other conversation, obviously, if Tina has seen me have with his chat GPT, the other thing I said, okay, have a conversation with chat GPT. At least have a conversation.
I'm
That's a
actually taking a course,
Yay.
negotiation course. And I just love it. I think it's very, very interesting. The course is called Negotiation Up, one word. It's free. And I said, well, you know what, I'm gonna dive into, just like you've told me, Vikram, to learn GPT, to get comfortable with it. And I'm doing that now. So I'm taking this course. I love it because you know how sometimes you take a course and you need feedback. So here I get a comparison of what the other students are doing in terms of how they negotiate. And I'm like, wait a minute, how did they get it for this much? And I offer this much. So it's challenging me to think, all right, I got a different approach, but it's been fun. I like it. It's been interesting negotiating against AI.
Yeah.
But I like it. It's fun. So it's just something else I've been thinking of. What would Vikram do? Would he take this course? And I know the answer is yes. So that's what I'm doing. But I'm checking it out.
You're not alone. I've been getting into it also. And in the back of my mind, I'm always saying, Vikram would say this. But it is something that I've wrestled with. And I'm just like, yes, we have to. This is that next level of technology that we do have to get into. And so we can't avoid it.
Yeah. No, you have a learned person inside your house every day there, who's gone through all the pages on the internet. Why not use that person? At least, I mean, like, you have that first conversation, at least you have someone available. So that's why I say chat GPT, people might be, for whatever reason, might be saying whatever they want to against it. But I think it's a conversation available to you. What's the worst that can happen is what you have to ask yourself. Even worse is happening when you don't have those conversations. So why not? So I think I really find that as a good opportunity. But Shelly, tell us about these tattoos. All these various tattoos that you have, they have some significance, something. Come on.
Yes, of course they do. That's funny, Vikram. Okay, so these two are the first. Wait, they read is M and an A. My youngest son's name is Andre, but it was Andre James, but we changed it he changed it to James Andre. James was my mother's father's name, and Andre was from his father. So he didn't want a part of his father with him. He doesn't have that connection, so he changed his name to James. Okay, just flipped it. So M is for my first son, and I have the initial was the first thing that I did, and then underneath I got his name, Marlo, and then the A is for Andre, but then I didn't want to take it away, so I just got James written underneath. Okay, then I got it was this one right here was my furry son, that's Prince. then when he passed, again, I'm telling you, and I have other tattoos. I have them like throughout my body, and I have like, I'm a tattoo person, okay? And so, and then I got this one because I always remember I say love, love. So it reads love and then love. So those were my first. But then when my furry son died, I was just, I tell you, I was really broken. So one way to help put him with me, I got this one. If you probably really can't see, but it's his paw print. And so I had his paw print on it's like on clay or something, and so it was his actual paw print because he was cremated, and then I took him home to Baltimore and we buried him and I have like a rose bush where he is, and that's at my mom's house because I know that's forever. And because of the way stuff happened, I wasn't able to take his body, and he was too sick to fly because I was going to fly home, but I didn't want to have any issues. He had cancer. So the doctor said he was too sick. I couldn't fly because of the oxygen level. So anyway, okay. So I got his paw print, and then I put wings beside him. Then I put his prince crown there. But I was just still messed up. So then I got this heart with a dagger in it to describe my heart. Then I got this rose bush. It's a black rose bush to describe the pain still. Then I got his nickname, which is Fluffles. And then I got his birth date, death date. And I got a cross there. I said I got his wings. Then I got, that's Aaliyah, because I love Aaliyah. She's my sister twin. Then I got the infinity, love, heart, always, infinity with the doves for Prince. Then I put him in the clouds. Oh, then I got this, I can't turn my arm. It's a heartbeat. And then I put faith, hope, and love there. It's the Christ, and then it's the heartbeat sound, and then it's the heart. Then I put all of it in the clouds. And so that's why, like, you'll see stars and different things, because this is like a death arm, but it's also a love arm. Then I got this one. That's just a barcode of my my birthday. But then I have like I have them all over. I have my Libra sign. I have a lot of stuff. But this is just what people can see. The goal was always to get markings on my body that I could cover up. Because of the professional field and everything. Initially, I was working in the nursing home, in the hospital and stuff like that. So like I have piercings. I used to have my tongue pierced. My mom was like, don't you open your mouth to nobody. Because at church, she's just like, are you crazy? I used to have my ears pierced like all the way up. I'm a piercing person. And in the medical field, I couldn't have that tongue piercing showing. You can't have tattoos and all of that. So I've always gotten stuff that I could cover up. And now they're more accepted. So it's okay. I show things, but yeah.
Wow.
This is a display of I don't know. It's just it was just, I don't know. It's an arm of pain, but also acceptance. Last stage of grief is acceptance.
Yeah.
So.
I think that's, I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm sure it helps somewhere. At least you've in some way
It
got.
helped me.
Yeah.
It did. It helped me. As weird as it may sound, you got to figure out what works for you.
Exactly.
To be able to move through. And Vikram, when you and I first talked, our first meeting, I think my furry son was in the background at some point. I think he was like on the bed. He was there. And then another time when you and I talked, he wasn't. And you didn't know, but I was so depressed during that time. All of the other times that we've spoken, I have been in probably one of the worst mental places. And like after you and I would get off the Zoom, if I didn't have to go to class, or even if I normally didn't have class right away, maybe, but if I didn't have work or anything, I would get in the bed and I would just put the cover over my head, and that was it. Nobody knew except like my mom and my kids what I was going through.
Wow, Michelle, you covered everything up from us. We,
I did. I did. I'm
that,
good at it.
You, this, you know, I'll tell you, I've been doing that my whole life.
Mhm.
Because people are like, I didn't know you were poor. I didn't know that you were having a hard time. I didn't know. It's, I don't know, maybe self-preservation is why. I remember I shared a day. I have had meetings like back to back to back to back. That one day we didn't have any food to eat, so I got cleaned up and I dabbed a little bit of some inexpensive lipstick on and combed my hair. I went to the nunnery and I told them, I needed to get some food. And the nun turned me away. And it was because when she saw me, she didn't see the need. She didn't see me looking a particular way.
Right.
If she had shut up, she would have heard my stomach growling, but she didn't.
I feel you.
She was just like, and I'm looking at her like, lady, I haven't eaten. I'm hungry. I need to get some food. But because that my hair was combed and I didn't look like, and I had a used sweater on. That wasn't like a store-bought sweater, but it was clean. I was clean. And I thought to myself, so if you need me to lose all hope before you help me, is what it was saying to me. But that image of like, I'm gonna say perfection, but for me, I feel like I have to hold on to a little bit of something. Because even now I'm going through a lot of pain from dealing with surviving COVID. For me to try to pull it together is how I've always survived. And it's a survival mechanism. So when you said that, I was like, I get it. I know, I understand. It's frustrating too, professionally, because, I'm looking at this commercial about relaxers health and in the health issues I've had to deal with, the understanding that changing my natural hair even to straighten it out. It needs to be straightened out, by the way, but I haven't gotten around to it.
It looks fine.
Oh, thank you. So do you. And they hurt. Went through all that pain and, to try to straighten my hair so it looked less ethnic in the workplace. And then I'm sitting there looking at a commercial about how these relaxers impacted Black women. And I felt like bawling, crying, because all those years that I straightened my hair to try to fit in, my perfect diction, although that comes from my mom, but, and I'm looking at something knowing, the health problems I'm going through right now. And here it's in my face, right back at me. And knowing that to try to fit in, I was so desperate that I straightened my hair with chemicals. And now there's a real possibility that has caused some of what I'm going through. I just, in that moment, just sat there and looked. It's just a lot. So when you say you have different selves, that's a coping mechanism. And to survive, like we having to change ourselves, it's hard. It's very difficult. Trying to fit into this world that, wants to demand so much. I was chastised one time at work, in my real little professional job thing. job that I had, which was a lot of talented, super educated people. And I was like, oh my God, I'm a high school dropout. And here they are. I'm with intermingling and in this environment, this corporate world with these talented people, which is why I was straightening my naturally not curly hair, but thick, but fine hair, which was not good for relaxers to fit in. One day I was like, I'm going to take off, for Martin Luther King Day. And she turned to me, she was like, you can't, I need you here. But what if I took off for St. Patty's Day? I was like, you just missed the whole point. Martin Luther King, because of him, women, you're a woman. You should definitely want to be taken off. I mean, and I thought to myself, I'm going through all different things to try to fit into this world. Of course, continuing education was for me. So I get you there. My advanced degrees was for me. But I thought you still don't get it after, you know what I mean? You don't get the significance, the symbolicism, you just keep missing the point. And I remember having this petty argument and the ethnic earrings. And I felt like I have literally, as I go back to this commercial, have I been erasing my identity? I came in one day with these beautiful earrings because I always made sure it wasn't too loud, wasn't too big, delicate little earrings. And these were in shape of African elephants, I think. I might still have them somewhere. I remember taking them off and putting them in a box because she was just having a meltdown over them being too ethnic. I mean, it's just been, as I'm reflecting, what have I done to myself or haven't done to myself to try to fit into this acceptable mode or this person other than how I was born to fit into, and it's really tough. So I think for me, when you share that you have to be these other people to meet the situation that you're thrust into, that I really appreciate your candor and honesty, because you're thinking, why would you need to do that? Because we don't have a choice. That's how it is. Like, so I went and took those earrings off. I went back to my office after feeling embarrassed because she did it publicly, right? There was people around. And anger, I felt really angry because they were so pretty. I loved them. And this person is telling me they're too ethnic to be in the workplace. And it's a woman. I was like, are you kidding me? So she's attacking my identity, like I knew I couldn't go in there. I could never wear my hair in braids in that place. There's no way. I always wanted to know what I look like in braids. I've never, worn braids out, in the public.
Really?
No.
You know what, Tina? I wanted to, during COVID time, I was like, let's just give everybody was giving their hair a break. And then my son says, we're going to do braids on your hair. You could just get braids. And the first thing I said was the world of mediation, the role that I'm about to get into, I need to keep my hair done. And if I had braids in my hair, I didn't feel like I would be accepted the same way. This is conversations that's within the past up to today, to like 2 years ago, whatever, because I just felt like I was not going to be accepted. So I was just like, I have to continue to just do my hair, but during COVID time, I wanted to give my hair a break. And so of course we would just like, put it all back. I would put it in a bun. I would do things. I just didn't do all of the stuff that I would normally do. And we couldn't do it. I had to be presentable, and presentable is having my hair done. And it's not fair. It's not fair.
I probably would have hair down like way past the floor length from losing hair, because my skin and scalp are super sensitive, and I really can't take relaxers, but I continue to dead straight my hair. And I remember the stylist would say, "Oh, don't worry, your hair grows so fast you won't miss it." And in the meantime, I'm literally on fire getting this chemical put in my hair. My hair is too fine for, and I continue to do that and continue to detract away from my ethnicity.
Mhm.
And as I'm sitting watching this relaxer commercial, and the reality is, not only did I detract from my ethnicity,
Yeah,
that
Mr.
I'm
Joe.
also doing things to myself that now I have been having to deal with because of all the years prior. I tried to, conform to fit in. And so, no, I haven't worn the braids out in public. Always wanted to do it, but I've not been brave enough to do it. Like all these changes. And it's exhausting because you're right. I'm thinking to myself, if I come on a camera in braids, what are they going to say? I mean, am I going to be taken seriously? Because everything I've been taught from my first little job professionally with all these talented folks around me, highly degreed, that I cannot have any, not be too ethnic is that's what was being reinforced. What I'd already thought I would not be accepted. And what did they do? Oh, Tina, you can't wear those earrings. Oh my God, you're gonna have to take them off. You're at work, because they were hand carved earrings, African earrings, weren't big, little. I was like, I could see I had like, I don't know, a 4-inch hoop on or something, but it wasn't. They were just pretty earrings that I picked up on my lunch break. So yeah, so if people are questioning, it's because that you have more than one identity that you have to rely on in different situations, is because you're learning to survive under the conditions that you're being forced into, and that's not right, because this is what we go through. It's frustrating, and sometimes I don't go on camera because I haven't straightened my hair out, because I don't want anybody like sending me a nasty little. Yeah, I'm always worried that something's not looking right. I'm going through COVID recovery. It has been wrecking my hair. Luckily, it's growing back. I mean, I literally had to cut all of my hair off. It got matted from being in the hospital because I couldn't raise my arms to cut my hair, comb my hair, or anything. I was just sick. But
Oh my Oh,
yeah.
goodness.
So some days I'm like, oh no, I didn't have a chance to check every little thing and make sure I'm presenting properly. It's stressful. I mean, you're checking everything, and so I understand what you're saying, very much so. And
It's always good to it's
it's
good to hear
difficult.
people's stories, and while we can have differences, because each person we all have something different, but it all comes together and it all has some type of similarity. And the thing about pain is pain, and people, your pain isn't worse than mine, and people always try to add levels to pain. My 10 may be your 20, my 1 may be your 5. Pain is pain, and that's how I look
Yep.
at it. I judge it, and because what you can handle, I might not be able to, and vice versa. But that's why and I'm gonna stick by it. I just say I make my pain my power, and I try to encourage other people to embrace, and whatever you are going through, then I say to myself, okay, well, how can I make this something positive? How can I take something positive? And just you sharing your journey, and even me sharing different things with my
Mhm.
journey, it helps other people with saying, okay, I could speak out, or I may feel more accepted. It may be a conversation now that you have, that we could have, and then you'll say, next time I see Tina, she may have braids in her hair, because it takes communication and that
Mhm.
feeling of
Yeah.
acceptance. It's just
Yeah,
it's part.
resolution.
It's powerful. I would like to see us women do more, be like flowers, because flowers just get the sunshine and they just grow and they look beautiful standing next to one another. I don't have the need to compete. I'm
No.
just beyond that. I mean, I've been through a whole lot like you, and what I do, I just try to uplift another woman because I saw all that my mom is going through. And for me, I think that's more important than, I don't have time for pettiness. You know, I just try to do as much good as I can, try to be a decent person. And if I can help somebody, I help them. And I just walk away. I don't even stick around for thank yous. I just do what I can and keep it moving because life is really short. I can tell you that.
Thank you. I think seeing the growth is thank you enough. Vikram,
Mhm.
perhaps we should start a women's circle, or not even a women's circle, just another type of a circle that attracts people, different ethnicities that are, or marginalized communities that have share the same plights. You know, so we can all connect and have an understanding, and then work towards growth and make that the new change. You know, the new mindset of people, instead of us being stuck in our inherent mindset. We need steps for the future people that look like us and that are going through things like us to be able to move forward.
Yeah. And Francis is also here, Shelly.
Oh, we gotta love Francis.
That's why I keep saying that. Please tell me. Let's make various circles. The whole idea is a web of circles. Each of these issues that you're talking about, everything needs to be out there. Hi, Francis.
I'm strong, and I attribute that to my background, to my past, to all of my pain, because
That's
I remember
Francis is playing on Francis's computer. Francis is playing on your computer.
they're long lasting. You know,
I'm playing the other one still.
And so
It's still playing out there.
Still playing. I'm like, that sounds like me, but I'm not talking.
Yeah, watching now. Okay.
So Francis has come specially to say, wish you a happy birthday. Yes, Francis?
Of course. I wish Michelle, Shelly, sorry, happy birthday earlier. And I wish I was one of these techie people that could find all kinds of nice cards and so on, you know. Say. But
You're coming and wishing her is also, I think that's much better than any card, isn't it?
Yeah, coming into this is everything. So
yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
And you've heard the conversation, Francis. Anything that you want to comment that you want to make on that?
I mean, it's a very interesting conversation about all sorts of things. That truth is, I kind of grew up in a situation where I was a little less aware. I mean, I guess I was lucky with my family situation and so on. I was a little less aware of a lot of these things that are being encountered in other people's families. And I only in my adult life did I appreciate that a lot of people grew up with a lot of noise in their ears all the time, in their homes, on the streets. And the truth is, I was not aware of a lot of that. So I'm kind of sheltered, I guess. But it then came home to me in a very special way. And you know, and I started to encounter some of these things at a fairly advanced age. And the time to battle it and recover from it, I sometimes wonder if I have the time. I sometimes wonder if I have the time. But hearing Shelly's story and Tina is your friend there. Hi. and your mother and so on, and you're talking about the children and so on. You know, it's really an eye opener for me, and it helps me to understand then, you know, other encounters that I've had along the way, and how different people's lives can be from your own. And I'm sure this is extremely relevant to mediation, of course, and that whole field of conflict resolution, because if you go into a room and you don't understand that, you know, you're trying to help somebody to solve a problem, you don't understand that that person's experience is so different to yours. And you thinking all the time that, well, that person must have grown up like me, or like must have seen things the way I saw them. That it turns out to be not that. That's not the case. They have a different life altogether. If you don't understand these things, it's going to be very difficult for you to mediate some of the issues that come before you. You know, before us, I should say. So, and even and this is being said, even though I have worked in the criminal law area, I've worked in an area where I see people who obviously have had all kinds of situations, but the problem is when it gets elevated to the level of crime, I think we get numb. We kind of get numb to it, and we kind of say, this is the criminal element, so I can't really allow myself to feel anything much. Just have to do what I have to do and move on, you know. But of course, that's not all that there is. There's a whole lot of other things going on with people, and that's very important to hear it. But Shelley, I don't know. I mean, it's your birthday, you know. And it's your birthday, and I don't know if you drink wine or anything, but you should be having a good time. You know, you deserve to be having a ball. They say you deserve to be having a ball.
And imagine on her birthday, I made her go through all this share, but look, she wanted to share it. But Shani, you wanted to share it. I mean, so but it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, I was in control. I hit my limits. And no, for instance, I don't drink wine, I don't drink liquor, I don't do anything. I don't eat. So I'm gonna celebrate with like some fancy juice or something. You know, but I'm gonna hit West Hollywood. It's this spot that I've been wanting to go to in West Hollywood called Catch LA. And so I'm gonna go there tonight. So it's just so I could take pretty pictures. So
Which we'll
that's
see.
my whole thing.
Will they be posted on social media?
I posted some stuff, you know, but you know, LinkedIn doesn't get my Instagram and you know pictures and stuff. So but actually what I posted on LinkedIn yet last night, it was on Instagram. So that you did get that, but you could play it if you want to, the one. But that was like pre, you know, birthday turn up thing, you know, so I don't LinkedIn, I try to keep my business and you know my work and stuff like that. But I really feel like people should be able to see the good side, you know, those behind the scenes parts, you know, because I'm not a robot. I'm not just a walking pain story. I'm not, or just a mediator and stuff like that. You know, it's just more to me. And I'm a really fun person, I think. And I like to go out and I love to take pictures. True fact, I was on a book. I'm on, not I was, because I'm still on it. But I used to do like different print stuff, and I'm actually on a book cover. So, you know, back in
Wow.
my day, I was a little hot thing, a rock star for the community.
Nice.
But
Let's see.
look at me now.
Let's see the pictures you put on. Yeah. These are ones you put on LinkedIn.
Is it The
This,
whole
this,
video of it won't play.
I haven't
guess
seen
not.
this. Is there a video? It's only these.
Yeah,
Was,
sometimes it doesn't show stuff the same way, maybe because the music part.
let me check. Because I saw this. There was there a video? Or maybe not on LinkedIn?
Yeah,
On LinkedIn? Maybe another post. Maybe I haven't seen that post. Let's see. Anyway, so Francis 13th, we're doing the Natural Disaster Mediation Circle launch.
Today?
13th. 13th.
13th. Okay, right. That sounds good.
Ken is not going to make it for that.
Uh,
But what we're doing is in November, we're going to do one on launch of Environmental Mediation Circle and Global Climate Change Mediation Circle. So that's, I'll send you I'll give you the dates. I'll put the dates out. There are lots of circles coming up next month. There's the World Refugee Mediation Circle, International Family Mediation Circle.
there. I
Lots
just sent it to you, Vikram. It went. I sent it to your messages.
to on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Hasn't come in yet. Okay, maybe it takes time. The video takes time.
Yeah, everything always takes. But
Let me
when
see.
I just sometimes I just like to show people like I'm just a normal person, you know. You know, it's like I think my students, they just look at me, for example, you know, just Professor Edison, and she's just so strict. But it's like last year this time I was in school just like you all. You know, I'm just such a normal person. I'm the goofiest person. I'm so goofy, and majority of the time I'm smiling and I'm joking. I'm a huge jokester. You know, it's just so many things that I wish people could see with all of us. You know, even with you, Vikram. You know, it's just with all of us. So I think you got to hit the play button.
It's playing.
And my son's my photographer.
But why isn't he part of the conversation?
Why isn't he?
With,
He's in his room. He's asleep. He's preparing to stay up all night tonight.
okay.
And I don't generally put him in my pictures and stuff like that. Very rarely. Like I do have the kids here and there. Like I'll put stuff up with them here and there, like on LinkedIn and stuff. But sometimes my youngest does not like to take pictures. He took some when I graduated, but
Yeah, there was some. Yeah, I think graduation
yeah,
posts you had put something there.
yeah, I did put. If you could see that, I did put them up.
Yeah.
With my kids, because that was like a wonderful experience, a wonderful time.
Yeah. Oh, good.
But he'll come on here and he'll talk, but just not today. And it looks like the oldest, you know, he's at work because, you know, I stalk, like I told you, I stalk his, oh no, he's home. I don't know where he went then. I'm sure he's, I don't know what he's doing. I'll call him later. But, you know, my kids, I try to keep their lives private as much as I can.
Yeah.
I talk about them, but I try to keep them, because sometimes I'm just so straight up goofy, and they're just like, I don't want to embarrass them. When Shelly comes out, you know, or Shalita comes out.
Shalita with Mama's going to tell us about Shalita coming out.
No, my mom, no, that's Shaquita.
Oh, yeah, Shakit. Yeah, that's yeah.
Mom, she don't want to tell you about her. Shaquita is never smiling. She's just like, it's just tunnel vision. I used to only see just like what's in that tunnel. And the hope is for someone that is able to trigger that stop in me, and it could be her voice or it would be my kid's voice. But normally her voice wasn't triggering enough to help me stop a behavior, because she's been there. She has she's jumped in the middle of me being attacking. You know, she's really helped me through so much. It's just so much. That's Shaquita. And I mean, yeah, Shaquita is always aware of her surroundings. That's why she's always in me. And that's just a part of me. I think it's a survival mechanism. You know, I'm aware and I'm always in tune with the possibility of what can happen. It just makes me very aware. I'm very aware of my surroundings. So it could be a good thing and it could be a bad thing when I'm activated. I look at it like that. But for the most part, this is who you get. What you see right now is me on a regular basis. I'm a very happy-go-lucky type of person that smiles a lot, and I'm very goofy. I've been told I'm just very goofy because I'm a jokester. So you've got me, Vikram. You've broken a wall.
Good. That's required. But what Francis, anything that you wanted to tell Sherry? Because what I was thinking of, we'll go off the live stream. Of course, conversations can go on. We can cut the live stream and the recording. Francis, anything on the recording that you want to put across?
I just like to know that, you know, she's having a great time today and birthday and so on. And we have spoken otherwise about collaboration, etc. And I'm still on board with those things. Whenever the chance arises, and we can talk about we can hopefully collaborate on some work going down the road. I would like that very much. But other than that, you know, just to wish her a happy birthday, have fun. That's it.
But no, I think
you.
Great time.
I think it's good. The sharing part is a good thing. I think look at so many lives you've touched, so many people you've touched with what you shared. Of course, Tina, you can imagine. So Tina's out, of course, someone who's, I mean, things that people go through, they just don't share. I think that's the sharing part. What we're going to do is part of these circles, we'll have the sharing part of it also. We don't everything, and doesn't, for me, everything normally does go out on YouTube, but maybe everything doesn't need to go out on YouTube. We'll have our sessions. I just feel that all these conversations will help someone somewhere, even in that one person listening to it and in some way gets inspired or understands themselves better. I think that's good enough. I'm happy if that happens. Yeah.
You a lot of times I hear people say, you don't understand what I'm going through, and I'm like, more than you know. And I've said that to people, but you don't want to share too much of your life, because then it can be a positive or a negative situation on how they use it. And I've had that happen to me. So it's always good you provide a safe space for conversations where we get to learn about those that are in this circle, this world of mediation and peacekeeping, and just so people are able to recognize that we are people and we have issues. We've gone through different things just like everybody else. You know, we're no different. And so I like that space. It was interesting to learn that Francis grew up without having this, and that's good also, because who wants to wish a hard life on anybody? And so, and I that's something, and he and I, we talk. I didn't know that he grew up in such a positive, environment. So, but the fact that he has been able to move into this world of ADR, even as a justice, and even be able to, for me to be able to speak to him and just have different conversations and doing things together, that is so great, because he's in that system where change can occur. And that's important.
The important thing is to have that mindset, and that how does that mindset happen? What all goes into it, we will never know, which is what the whole discussion on evolution and everything is. So Francis has that mindset, whatever he might be.
He has that mindset.
Yeah. That's, I think, the important part. So anyway, Sherry, happy birthday. thank you very much for spending your birthday with us. Of
My whole
course,
morning and
you.
into the afternoon. I didn't think it was going to take this long. I didn't think I was going to last.
Okay, okay. This is how what happens. Okay, when you come here, you can't have a concept of time. Time is not a concept.
It's not. Happy birthday. I hope
Thank
you have
you.
the most fun time this evening and enjoy
I
your
might
special day.
post a picture. I might.
Yeah. And thank you, Mama, for joining us. She's there. We know she's there. She's busy, but thank you for joining us. So obviously,
Nice to meet you, Francis. And thank you, Vikram, as always, for
thank
providing
you
the
for coming in.
space.
Yep.
Thank you.
A safe space.
Safe
I
Yes,
guess
a safe space.
a safe space. And I guess I'm going to go to work because I have some people to save right now.
Okay, so what I'll do is let me stop the recording. Let's stop the live stream.